All right, this is a microphone test. It appears that we have the technology. This is also a test of the closed captioning system. If you're using the closed captioning system, it appears like you're seeing closed captions that are closed in. Okay, great. Well, we'll be right there.
Dude.
We made it. We're here. I even remembered to turn the mic off or the mic on again. You can be proud of me. Someone should be. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Amazing. Let me scroll up. We'll say hello. I'll take it. Slinka, welcome in. Good day. Trinderella, good afternoon. Good day. Happy Tuesday. Serena, welcome. Welcome. Avo, hello. Good afternoon. Stop saying it. We're not going to do this again, Lou. Just say good day. Good day. Vicariously through you, welcome in. Good to see you. Not in Getty, hello. It's Tuesday. Hope you're having a good one. Rachel, welcome in. Rachel BB girl. Good to have you. Boris, welcome. So Fluff, hello. Good day. It's afternoon here by 2 minutes. You're good. Did you see me? Did you see the calculation trying to happen in my head, like Claire Danes? If you know, you know. Carly Mags, welcome in. Boris says, disappointed in the lack of the St. Patty's Parade stream yesterday. What did I even do yesterday? I did not go to a parade. The parade was Sunday, in fact, in Philly. I was not in town for that. I was in Providence on Sunday. So there was no parade yesterday, unfortunately. And what did I do yesterday? I called my mom because it was her birthday. Said happy birthday. I went to Reading Terminal Market for a solid 3 hours. Looked all around at Reading Terminal. That was great. Came home, picked Calvin up. Came home again. Went to karate. Came home and had dinner. It was a pretty easy day. Very non-St. Patrick's-y. I also did not wear green yesterday. I wore all black, shockingly. It was a good day overall, I think, as far as Mondays go. We're back today. Did I get pinched? I did not get pinched, Forrest, but Calvin told me that he got pinched in school. He was like, I forgot to wear green and everybody was pinching me all day. And I was like, what the fuck? What does that mean? Why would you do that? Don't pinch me. Like, I may be short, but you're going to get angry leprechaun if you try to pinch me all day. Get the shillelagh out. No, I did not get pinched. You know what I did get? I got 4.5 pounds of pistachios at Reading Terminal Market and ready in prep for Thursday. If I got pinched, I would punch. Yeah. Like maybe once from someone that I know very well who was like, hey, is it okay if I pinch you because you're not wearing green? And I said, sure, go ahead. And then they did. That's the circumstance where I would be like, okay. Literally any other circumstance, don't fucking touch her. Right. Since touching people without their permission is fine. Exactly. Don't. Maybe just don't. Yeah, don't. I was like, are we doing that to him? Yeah, but apparently they are. And kids are kids. I won't be dismissive of it or get too deep too early on. Good Lord, we're 15 minutes into the stream time. Well, we're not gonna. Hopefully, how do I put this? I was gonna say hopefully we don't have any technical difficulties today, but like, I don't want to put any bad vibes into the matrix. I fixed my laptop situation that I was having with my keyboard by cutting a piece of cardboard and putting it over my laptop keyboard. So now all the stuff that lives on my laptop can just live on this piece of cardboard instead. It makes it nicer. Anyway, modern problems require modern solutions. Today is a taco day. I'm gonna make tacos from scratch, mostly. I'm not growing any of the stuff, but like we'll make the tortillas and we'll fry the fish and we'll make the salsa. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it all. Starting a little early today, so I am not feeling pressure to like move quick. Which is evidenced by the fact that I'm instead making coffee first. And not coffee for me. I'm refilling the coffee carafe for Gwen. So she can have coffee. Because when I don't do that, the coffee, it just ends up like sitting out on the counter and getting consumed slowly, and just do the whole thing at once today. Fudge Darling, welcome in. Hey, Fudge Darling, I think I owe you some confetti. Happy 100th check-in. Glitter time indeed. It is glitter time. 101. You can have some more. Cheesesteak tacos. Cheesesteak tacos are definitely possible. You gotta keep it simple. Beef and cheese on a tortilla with some fried onions. It's basically you know when you go to a store, you know when you go to a restaurant and they're like, we can make any sandwich or wrap. That's basically a cheesesteak taco, right? Just a cheesesteak wrap. A cheesesteak hoagie is something different. Have we talked about a cheesesteak hoagie, that terminology? Because a cheesesteak hoagie is a cheesesteak with like lettuce and tomato on it. It's just that. That's like the difference. So you can also have a cheesesteak hoagie. You cannot have cheesesteak coffee, to my knowledge, though, which is what we're going to do first here. Cheesesteak flavored coffee might be the worst thing I could think of, culinarily speaking. Cam can cook. Welcome in. Tacos indeed. I got to set some expectations here. We're a long way from having tacos to show anybody. But right now we have the idea of tacos. We have the concept of tacos, if you will. I have a list of things that I'm going to do today to get there in order. I'm going to make some salsa first, because I like when the salsa has enough time to sort of like gel all together. Tastes better that way. The juices kind of like get into everything. So we're going to make some salsa. We're going to make the dough for the tortillas. Then we're going to prep some cabbage, prep the crema, the little dressing on the top, and then the avocado. Then we're going to make the tortillas, fry them on the stove, and put those in the oven just to stay warm for like an hour or two. Then we're going to make the fish. We're going to make the batter. We're going to soak the fish in some milk for a little while. We're going to let the batter sit so that it has time to develop. Then we're going to get our fry stuff together. Then we'll fry the fish. Then we'll finish everything up. Then we'll clean. Then we'll finish. So that's the kind of the order of operations today. First, we're going to make coffee. Again, not because I need coffee right now or because I want coffee, but just like the coffee for the house for the week. For a few days anyway, not the week. Lord. Definitely not for the week. I'm at work. I have you up on one of the monitors. Well, I grind through Excel. Oof. That Excel grind, I do. If you do it every day, it's obviously probably very tedious and you probably have to like get into the mindset. But I always enjoy when I am using Excel and I have a good head of like organization for it. Sometimes it takes a lot to get through, you know? But I love when you get in the zone of working, that especially on something like a spreadsheet. Tacos are a twinkle in our eye. Tacos are a twinkle in our eye today, so far, and hopefully they become reality, much like all of your hopes and dreams. Back to the paint so fluff. What's gonna happen is you're gonna like be stripping wallpaper one time, and there's gonna be like a whole door and like a whole room behind it that also needs to get painted, and you're gonna run screaming from the house. Chock full of nuts was grown and roasted in Texas. Is that true? That's cool. I I love chock full of nuts, not because I think it's the best tasting coffee, but because it comes in recyclable steel cans. And I love using the cans for various things. Camping, just like various organizational things. The cans are great. So, I can endorse the cans, and the coffee is adequate. Even the act of starting a project by making coffee really sets the tone. I agree. It's the ritual of it is also valuable. The ritual of a beverage is valuable. I love a beverage. It was one of the when I stopped drinking, it was one of the things that I immediately sort of realized. But you know, there's all sorts of ritual beverages that you have in your life. You have like the morning thing, something hot, maybe it has caffeine in it. Maybe it's just like a nice, like vibrant flavor. Maybe some people like a smoothie in the morning. Maybe some people like a shot of apple cider vinegar in the morning. Like, I don't know, you do you. But like the ritual of the beverage is important regardless. I definitely agree with you. Cam says it's a small part of the job, the spreadsheets. You only need it for budgeting. Most of the job as an event planner is more fun. I imagine it is extremely valuable for budgeting. I mean, it probably is. Yeah, if you're like me, then in some capacity like that, when you get the day to work on the spreadsheet, you're like, okay, it's a good day when the intersection of I have to work on a spreadsheet today, and my brain is enjoying working on a spreadsheet today. That intersection is really nice. Rachel says, I'm trying out Dr. Pepper Blackberry. Very cool. I didn't know Dr. Pepper had a fruit line. That's fun. Dr. Pepper is quite good as a soda goes. Do any of y'all, maybe some of y'all are, what do you call Dr. Pepper fans? Pepperheads? Doctors Pepper? Doctoral students? I don't know. I'm just making shit up now. I feel like I know I can bring to mind one person in my life. I think there might be two who is who's like an extreme Dr. Pepper fan. Maybe Rachel is also an extreme Dr. Pepper fan. The Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream is the best. Never heard. Yeah. See, I've definitely never come across that. But that makes sense because Dr. Pepper and ice cream. Dr. Pepper in place of root beer. In like a root beer float is really good. Oh, the beverage. The dirty soda. What is a dirty soda? Is that just like a combination of multiple fountain sodas? I've been in various scenarios. A place in life. I've heard that one called swamp water before, when you just combine all of the fountain sodas in one. Before I left Providence on Sunday, I went to the gift shop at the train station, and I bought two birch beers. in glass bottles. Dirty soda is creamer and soda. Okay. Yeah, I could totally see that. Like if a root beer float is good, then like putting a little bit of cream in your soda is feels very similar, if not better. Creams and various syrups. Okay. Just have like a soda base. I like that idea. I will often put something like um if we're having ice cream, right? We have ice cream regularly. There's almost always ice cream in the house. I don't think today is an exception. Usually there's ice cream, and sometimes I'll enjoy putting uh porter on it. If I have like one of those NA Guinnesses, I'll pour a little bit of like Guinness on there. That's super good. It's how Mormons have mixed drinks, Trindrella. Uh that's one of those things that is charming. It is also how I would like a mixed drink. I was at a place this weekend that had multiple NA cocktails on their menu, and they were very good. I ordered all of them at one point or another because we were there for like 3 hours. If you have multiple and non-alcoholic things on your menu, and I'm there, I'm never gonna order the same thing twice. I'm gonna try whatever it is that you have. That's my little adventurous rule. I should turn the oven on. That's what I want to do. I'm gonna cut up. No, I'm not gonna cut it up. I already have it. It is cut up. Doesn't need to be cut any farther. Pineapple. I meant to get a whole pineapple and cut it up, but I didn't, and I got like pre-cut pineapple chunks instead. I want to grill them though, because I'm going to use them in the salsa, and I want to do that in the oven. So I'll turn the oven on. I would love soda shops. I bet. I like specialty sodas. I'm not. I don't. It's I. You would probably never find me drinking a plastic bottle of soda, right? Of like Coca-Cola. I would rather have water. I can't imagine a scenario where I would prefer to drink just like your generic, like huge soda, big soda, specifically out of a plastic bottle, instead of water. But like as a treat, right? Of course. What about a glass bottle? Yeah. I think a glass bottle, I'm maybe more inclined to drink it out of that. Or a can. There's something about like Diet Coke in a can. I don't know. I just feel I'm not a soda drinker by any stretch. So like when I'm having a soda, I want it to be a really good version of something. We've talked about birch beer on stream before, right? And like this is when I say like a good version of something, like this is a soda I'll drink. I'll just pick this up and drink this. This will be a treat. Birch beer, like a glass of birch beer. Oh, okay, sorry. This is just like starting to steam. And it got weird. Okay, it's just venting. That's odd. But I don't really want, I don't want like soda regularly. Look at the label on this. This is cute. Yacht Club. Yacht Club is a Rhode Island company. It's the official soda of Rhode Island. Founded in 1915, and they are still local to there. So That's when I say like, oh, I want a special soda. That's like what I'm talking about. I'll have like one of those, and then I brought two. I got two before I left. I'll have one sometime soon, and then another one in like a couple weeks. But otherwise, I'd probably rather just have like a bottle of water. Hosmer Mountain Birch Beer and chocolate cream soda. Yeah, see, that sounds fantastic, and I would absolutely drink that. Crazy Cat Lady, welcome in. Those are, yeah. I'm just not going to be inclined to get a soda unless it's a special version or special occasion. I'm trying to think of the last time I actually had a soda. I think I had a fountain soda somewhere when I was having like a hamburger or something. I think I got a fountain soda and fries somewhere. I don't remember. It was definitely a fountain soda though. Tidy Whiteys, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. All right, we're gonna let this finish draining, and then we'll pour it into the carafe. And then the coffee will be finished. I'm ready to go. Let's get this kettle off the counter, though. First thing today is going to be the salsa, because I want. Hello. Oh, damn it. There it is. Okay. Plugging this thing back in. Mix, welcome in. I want to make the salsa first, but I also I want to get the stuff out. I want to make sure I have corn masa that I can make tortillas with. Because if I don't, we're going to need to adjust. And I'm pretty sure I do. In my head, I do. But it's possible. It's possible that that's not true. So, one sec. Okay. Oh, rice flour. I need that too. So we're going to use that. And I have, yes, gluten-free corn flour. That's the one. All right. Is there one open one in here? Arrowroot flour? No. Whoa, shit. Things are falling. Hold on. Okay. I know I need corn flour, and I believe I also need corn starch and maybe baking powder. So let's grab all of those. Flour, cornstarch, baking powder. Yeah, I need regular flour too for the batter. So corn flour, I just ripped the bag open and now there's corn flour all over the counter. So we'll store this like that, I suppose. But I need regular flour too, so let's get that. Unless I could use corn flour for the batter, but like probably not. Is this also corn flour? What are you? Whose duck are you? No. Okay, that is whole wheat flour. Yeah, nope, that's entirely different. Okay, good. Almost there. Just making sure I have all my dry ingredients, because if you don't have the ingredients for the tortillas, it's really hard to do tacos. And Sorry, just had a moment of panic. A moment of panic, but we've recalibrated. It's all good. Let me clean one. Let me get this little flour off the counter. And then we can start. I'm going to do the salsa first. We do the salsa. Man, I went down a weird YouTube hole last night of watching people play GeoGuessr. And that was kind of fun. I don't know if y'all are familiar with GeoGuessr. Basically, you see a picture and you have to guess where in the world that picture is from. And that, like, tells you how close you were to the actual picture in kilometers. It's pretty fantastic. Makes you like GeoGuessr. It has a certain appeal that I was like, wow, I'm watching this with a lot of attention. And it was very, the guy was very good at it. So it was like, they were trying to, you know, the YouTube was like, this person guesses, like, you know, you'll never believe it's not real or whatever, that type of thing. Okay, what do I want in this salsa? Okay, I want a very little bit of garlic. I'm going to take 1 clove of garlic and grate that into this salsa. I don't want this to be like a garlic salsa, and I'm not like putting garlic in anything else, but I want it to be, I want a little bit, just a little bit. This is a scenario where we're literally going to use 1 clove of garlic, and I mean it. I do mean it. As much as it even pains me to say that, it like feels hard. Feels difficult. You're decent at it because of having friends all over the world mix. That sounds fun. That sounds like a good thing to be. Good thing to get your like your head into. It made me want to try it. I was sitting on the couch, so I was like, not gonna try it at that moment. I didn't have my computer on me. I was very much trying to. I'm trying not to second screen as much at night, specifically, because then you sort of like lose track of both things. Or at least I do. So it's actually watching it and trying to enjoy it. All right, we've got a little garlic here. Do I want to do anything with the jalapenos? Do I want to roast them? I was thinking maybe with the jalapenos, I could roast them on the stove, just like blacken them and put them in a paper bag and have roasted jalapeno, roasted. So here's what the salsa is going to have in it. I should back up. The salsa I'd like to have be grilled pineapple, mango, onion, jalapeno, parsley, tomato, lime, salt, pepper. I think I'm going to roast the jalapeno too, because I don't have roasted pineapple, roasted jalapeno, raw mango, raw onion, raw tomato. I think that's the move. I think that's what we're going to do. Mix. I'm very familiar with the looking up old, like, oh yeah, I remember where that thing is back in the day, and you go find it. in like your digital archive. That's super fun. That's weird. Of all the places you could go. But that's how it works, right? Eidetic memory. I don't know. I don't know what that term means. That feels really familiar. I I've said this several times on the stream, but I'm a big fan photographic. Okay. Eidetic is photographic. The official term. I like the idea of using photographs for memories. So this is what I mean. Wait, that's not. Why did I just do that? That was weird. Um, like when you are in a location, I've started taking when I, human Lou, am in a location. I've started taking like a picture of a sign or something that has the words on it, so that in my photos, like iPhoto, right, I can just search the word, and now the machine finds the text. You know, it sees the text in the photo, reads it, catalogs it, and now when I want to find like pictures from Providence, I can go back and search the word Providence. You know, if it's not geotagged or whatever, but I can see like, oh, there's the picture that says the word Providence. Show me that photo in my archive, and then like all the photos around it will be whatever. So I've started doing that intentionally, like taking pictures of text intentionally, so that when I want to go back and find something like a photo, there is some descriptive support around it, if that makes sense. Because you know how you like you know the photo in your head, and you're like wow, I have like tens of thousands of photos in my archive. Like I'm not gonna scroll through that. I can't find it. I don't remember what year it was from or decade. So I'm trying to help myself by doing stuff like that. Help my future self by doing things like that. Cito, welcome in. Good day. Climb, good to see you. Welcome. Hello. I wonder if that's why my iPhone friends always take pictures at the trailheads. It does. Yeah, it does. It'll make an automatic album. Your iPhone friends probably take pictures at the trailheads because people with iPhones just love taking pictures. Me. Me. That's what I'm talking about. Fellows, welcome in. Hello. Good day. Okay. Coffee's done. Coffee's finished. Coffee's done. Food is done. People are finished. Man. Grammar's fun, isn't it? Oh, the other thing I got at the train station was this. Coffee syrup. Autocrat brand coffee syrup. To put over ice cream or in milk or literally anything else that you can think of to do with it. Mix 2 tablespoons with 8 ounces of milk. That's what it says. I enjoy coffee milk, and I didn't grow up with it, so I don't have that same sort of like youthful fondness of it. I just think it's fun and interesting. I have a huge bottle in my fridge, Crazy Cat Lady. I appreciate that. I have a small bottle of it. I got the smaller bottle because I didn't want to be obnoxious about it. I wasn't sure if Calvin would even like it. I mainly got it so he could try it. He hasn't tried it yet. We haven't. It's not even open. It's literally just like the cap still on it. But I got it so that he could try it. But I didn't get the large one because sometimes I figured I probably wasn't going to drink much of it, and sometimes he's just like, I don't like, why would I like that? Who the hell would like that? And I'm like, okay, sorry, bro. My bad. I mean to offend you. Okay. Pineapple though. I'm gonna get the pineapple out. Let's grill that. Okay. I said I'm moving slow today. I don't have any reason to be moving much quicker than I am. And I think if we get through everything that I want to get through for making dinner before it's dinner time, that's not going to be a problem because everything in this meal can just hold hot in the oven or hold cold in the fridge. So, not not worried about. I'm the only thing I would worry about. I you'll know when I become worried about it is that I don't finish on time. But again, you'll know because I'll say it and I'll keep saying it. There'll be a moment. I'm going to grill these. I don't. When I say grill, what I mean is I'm going to put them over top of a sheet pan and put a wire rack over that. I'm going to spray the wire rack with a little bit of olive oil. And then we're just going to dump this pineapple on here and have it be a in oven grilling situation because because my grill's not available generally otherwise. Right though, olive oil. I was on Tuesday whenever I'm streaming, I'm always like, oh, I hope everyone had a good weekend. And then I remember that it's Tuesday. And like it may most folks have already had the like, how was your weekend conversation? Mine was great. It was it was really fun spending Sunday streaming all around Providence. My feet are still recovering, but overall it was great. Um, there's a little liquid in there. Whoop. One of them escaped onto the floor. So I don't want the pineapple chunks to be this large in the salsa, but um, they'll fall through if I make them much smaller. I want them to be small enough. You know what we're gonna do at the end of this? I'm just kidding. I'm not actually gonna do this because that would be. It probably wouldn't work, but I was going to say, I'm just going to take another sheet pan and press these through so that they're just little squares and they come out the other side. But I don't think that would go very well. I don't think that would work very well. So we're not going to do that. I'm going to just spread these out evenly though, so they're not at all close to each other. Because I don't want them to steam. And we're going to pop those in the oven, which is heated up and ready to go. People are working different schedules. Who knows? No, that's true. That's true. Monday was probably someone's weekend. It was also probably some unfortunate soul's Friday. But there is something to be said for midweek days, midweek availability. I know for myself, I love going shopping on like Tuesday. Monday, I love going shopping on Monday, but if I'm going to Reading Terminal, several places are closed on Monday, and most of them are open on Monday. A lot of them are closed on Sunday, but there's still some that are closed on Monday. Anyway, it is nice to be able to go midweek if you can swing it. Mr. Knox, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. These weeks are flying by. It's nuts. I know. I say that to myself every week, and then another week goes by, and now that's how it is. Monday is the last day of my weekend due to Copy Soppy's job. That's it is nice to have a Monday though. I can definitely relate. Monday for me recently the past couple months, I'm trying to keep available for admin stuff. What happens for me is the weekend, like, because I do, like, with Calvin, I'll like drop him off at school, I'll pick him up from school. 3 days. I pick him up 3 days, Gwen picks him up 2 days. I drop him off every day. Um, but like the weekend, to me, like everyone's home, so it's not quite as relaxing. Usually Monday, Gwen often works from home. Tuesday is usually the first day that I have any time where I don't have another human around me for like any extended period, which is super nice. Like even when Gwen's off on Monday, she's like home, and she's not like requiring attention of me or anything, but there's another human in the house making noise and simply existing. So it's different from being alone. Let me check, not check, let me set a timer for that pineapple. Let's say 10-minute timer real quick. So Tuesday is usually like the day of the week that is the first day after the weekend where I really truly don't have a lot going on socially or like in my environment. I don't know. It's the first day I get to relax. How's that? I love going shopping in the middle of the night. Yes, who knows? That is super relatable. I love going to Wegmans at like 8 p.m. alone. Specifically alone. That is the best. All right, pineapples in the oven. We have onion, mango, and get out the jalapeno. I have a tomato here. I might not use the tomato. We'll see. We'll see how the rest of this stuff turns out. Not really sure. Jalapeno though is what I'm looking for. It's in here, and I got a couple of these. They sold them, but they only sold them in a pack. So I got more jalapeno than I really needed or wanted, but it's okay. It'll be fine, and it doesn't really go bad quickly, so I think it'll be okay. I'm gonna get these limes out too. I also got some limes. Wegmans at 6 a.m. Fudge dog, you're on like the opposite end of the spectrum from me. In terms of like Wegmans capacity. Wegmans at 6 a.m. would be amazing because everything's stocked. That's my only qualm with going there at night is that you're fighting with the stockers. You're fighting with the folks who are stocking there, which like you're not actually fighting with them. I want them to be there and doing their thing, but they're still there. And by 6 a.m. they're like done. Just feels kind of great. It's like opening day. It very much is. In the morning, it's the times where I've gone to the grocery store in the morning after dropping Calvin off to pick something up, small or whatever. It's like, wow, everything looks so good. And then you go on like Sunday at 3 p.m. and you're like, oh shit. Someone came through here. Simkin, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. All right. I also want to get out some parsley for this. Not a ton. I got a lot of parsley this week. I got a lot of greens this week because I'm going to use I'm going to use parsley for Thursday. I'm going to use parsley on Thursday, so I'm not going to use all of it. I'm going to grab like a couple sprigs here and see how much See how much of that lands me? I think I'll probably maybe want a little bit more than that, but not too much. I hate cilantro. I don't hate cilantro. Let me back that. Let me back off of that ledge that I just almost walked out on. Cilantro is not tasty to me. It tastes odd in my mouth. So I almost always use parsley instead. But I don't like it as much as I don't like it as much for a garnish. I'd almost rather have no garnish than I'd rather have no garnish than cilantro, but I'd also rather have no garnish than using parsley as a garnish on tacos because the taste is weird. It like it's I don't know. It's not weird. It's just like parsley's not the taste that you want with tacos. It's the wrong flavor. Odd is indeed a taste. Ava. It tastes bitter to me, like really bitter. If I don't use it, it tastes like something's missing. I know, I agree. That I agree with. I choose myself not to use it, but if it's in something, especially if I am out, if I go somewhere and get like guacamole and it doesn't have cilantro in it, like I agree with you that it does feel lacking. For me, if I'm making it myself though, I'm not going to put it in because I also when it's there, I notice that it's there because it's a sour-ish kind of taste for me. Bellos, enjoy your lurk. If you too are lurking on this channel, you're not already following. Follows are silent. There's no alerts, and there's no sounds. When you follow the channel, literally nothing happens. I'll say hi to you in chat if you say hi first. Thanks, enjoy your lurk. Slow cooker filling instructions. Up to the line. Period. Would cilantro chimichurri kill you? No. No, and I'm not allergic to cilantro. I can eat it. It just doesn't vibe with my taste buds very well. I don't find it enjoyable when I eat it. It makes my mouth it tastes plasticky and sour, and it just leaves a funny aftertaste. So it's not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable, but I don't have any allergy against it, and it's not like off-putting so much that I would refuse to eat it if it was served to me. I don't want a cilantro salad necessarily, but like a chimichurri. Chimichurri, I imagine, might be like there's probably like 3 other flavors in that are gonna also be really pretty bold, if I'm guessing, and I feel like that would be okay. Asian and Tex-Mex dishes. It's very versatile. You find it everywhere. Who knows? I also love all herbs. Cilantro, parsley, basil. I don't, again, like, I just don't use cilantro because it's not, it tastes funny to me. Perry Whipped Cream Andy, welcome in. Never had tacos. Mexican food is rare, but maybe not. Mexican food's not rare where I am. I'm in Philadelphia. But my problem is I want to eat 7 fish tacos. I don't want to eat 3 little fish tacos in a plate. Verbal instructions for the time being, Mix. This too will pass. Anything fresh and green, Avo. I agree. Totally. 100% agree with that. Kathy, welcome in. We are going to have an ad here real quick because Twitch is like, hey, you should play an ad. And I'm like, hey, maybe I'll do that before I start cutting up stuff for salsa. So let's take a quick little break. Can we do this poll after break so that's not running during break? I think if that's an option, that would be ideal. Different flavor soaps. Yeah, I want the soap that tastes good. Is there a soap that tastes good? Some of those specialty soaps look good. Remember we were talking about. Remember, hold on. I'll tell you. I'll tell you in a second. Remember we were talking about high profile or high cost channel point reward things. I was thinking that one of them might be to burn the tomato candle that I have in the corner of stream, because it is that would be a good one. All right, Words on Stream has started. Words on Stream started. I don't know why it didn't make a noise, but there it is. All right, we're gonna run a quick 3-minute ad. 3 minutes, 30s. We're gonna run a quick 30-minute ad. Just kidding. Hey, you can maybe go subscribe on YouTube, and then you're not gonna get an ad. All right, we'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
There go the sounds. The sounds just need to catch up. Catch up. All right, speaking of catching up, I'm going to say this out loud, but I would like to stay current on the dishes today. I would like to do the dishes as they are generated, or not as they're generated. I'd like to try to stay off the dishes. Whether that can actually happen, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, my timer's going off for this pineapple. Let's set a 3-minute timer on here, and that'll go off again just after stream ends, or just just after the ad ends. And then I will remember to check them. Check them now. Check them now. Nope, they're definitely not ready. Okay, that's fine. They're definitely not ready. Let's maybe then, instead of setting a 3-minute timer, we're just going to set another 10-minute timer and go. Great. Again, I want to try to keep up with the dishes today. That's quite literally my goal. Deedly-dee. Hey, look at that. Let's do one more here. Got time for one more. Definitely. If I can process the dishes in the sink and put any dry dishes away every time there's a break during this stream and stay on top of it, that would be great. Because I have the feeling that we're going to generate like a ton of dishes today. That always happens. I mean, most streams that happens, but somehow I feel like today will be extra. Okay, those look good. Now, I'm not going to be able to put some of these things away for a while because they're plastic bags and it takes forever to dry out. Oh, hey, if you were experiencing an ad break on YouTube, you're back. Congrats. Welcome in. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Nobody likes the ads. Is there anybody who likes the ads? If you like the ads, I encourage you to just go to YouTube and look up advertising. Amber, welcome in. I did make it back home. Thank you. Who knows? I believe garlic is technically a root vegetable. I believe that's also true. That tracks for me in my head. Uncommon Wolf, welcome in. Hello. Zarina, hello. Good afternoon. Good day. Good day. Happy Tuesday. Last guesses. Get them in, y'all. Got one more guess? Make it happen. 3, 2, 1, done. All right. Yes, very good. Very good. Only missed like, what, 2 on that one? That's pretty solid. Only missing 2. Not that bad. Not that bad, TBH. Okay, let's stop that and come back to this screen here. Okay, hello, we're back. While we were gone, I checked the pineapple because the timer went off. The pineapple, shockingly, is not grilled yet. So almost, I put that in for another 10. I'm going to let that go for another, let that go for another 10 minutes. What I'm looking for is not that it has like grill marks on it, but that it's a little bit dried out. Serena, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. If you're lurking, hello, welcome. If you're lurking and didn't say hi in chat, you know what? That's cool too. Welcome in. I hope you too are also having a good day. You as well are having a good day. I hope you too, the band, is having a good day. And I hope you as a viewer too are also having a good day. I should just stop talking, right? Yeah, good idea. Lemons are softened. You two's having a very good day. I know. Of course they are. You're rich. If you're rich, shut up. Just have your day. And don't complain. Okay. Staying ahead of the dishes. Let's put my mug in the dishwasher. Not the sink. Not the sink. Salsa first, then tortilla dough. I was thinking of maybe doing the fish first, but that's I don't know, it felt like a lot. And also like the fish is definitely going to be better when it's fried. Uncommon, we're having cod today. I got a cod fillet that I'm going to cut up. It's already, I was going to say butcher, but it's like already filleted. By the nature of it being a fillet, it is already filleted. It no longer needs any more filleting. So I'm going to cut that up, and then that'll be part of. I'm going to cut that up, soak it in some milk, helps get the fishiness out of it, and then we're going to batter it and deep fry it. And then once it's been deep fried, I'm going to put it on a wire rack, and we'll put it in the oven, and then it'll be held hot in there for till we're ready to eat. They still haven't found what they're looking for. I know. More money, probably. Who knows? Enjoy your virtual therapy appointment. Understood. I had IRL therapy today. It was great. Worth going to. Uncommon. I love the cod. I was thinking of doing tilapia, but the tilapia fillets that they did not, the tilapia fillets they had were really thin and didn't look quite like what I wanted them to. And I didn't really, the cod was just like, it looked good. It looked large and firm, and they had a sizable enough fillet that I really only needed one. Shit's just flying everywhere. To be honest, though, I bought 2 because they looked really good. I'm gonna freeze the other one and use that later. Love in an elevator. Was that you too? I feel like that was Aerosmith. Not that I know much about either one, but yeah, tilapia it can be a give and take. It was if it's big and like firm, if it's like a thick fillet, then you can have better. It'll be fine. Like tilapia would be good. These were just like really thin, and I thought they would fall apart when they get deep fried. All right, we have a poll going. What should I Philly cheesesteak for the equinox, which is coming up? Spring rolls. That's clever. That would be appropriate in multiple levels. Hey there,
Hello.
Gwen's home. Yeah, what are you eating? Yeah, enjoy. Just have the rest of it. Daisy's good. Daisy's giving very much giving the old lady face today. I saw her. She was this morning. She was very sleepy. Very sleepy. Liz, this is a very early stream, and yes, dinner will still be ready right around the same time. Probably a little earlier. Like to be fair, I'd like to have dinner ready a little earlier than 8 p.m. Gwen just asked, how am I going to make tacos for 3 hours? How long exactly would you like it for me to take? Because I could probably make it take that exact amount of time. And don't say like 30 minutes, because that's,
Is this cheese that I want?
probably. Yeah, use that. That's closer to what you want than that is. Yeah.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Philly cheesesteak egg rolls uncommon sound fantastic. And definitely like something that you could find deep fried on like many menus around the city. I will bet. All right, so this is my timer just went off for my
Why you let your oven set at 420?
timer just went off, so I have to check the pineapple that's in the oven. Liz says we need more Gwen. Get Fortnite back or karaoke streams. And she just said, "Oh my god." Well, Fortnite, like the computer works now, but it can't hear this. I don't know. Well, she hasn't. I set it up again, but she hasn't tested it. She hasn't. I set it up. Hasn't. Yeah. Excuse me.
Controversial.
Gwen says the squad talk has been too controversial. To stream, which like, oh geez, indeed. I haven't been part of it, so I can't speak to that. But like, if the group text is anything like the chat, then that is an accurate statement. All right, these are not there yet. Some of them are. Those are good though. A Philly cheesesteak calzone would also be very tasty. Baker, welcome. Yeah, I mean, these are probably not going to get like grill marks on them. I think I'd have to, maybe if I turn the oven up, I'm going to turn the oven up a bunch and see if we can get like grill marks on here. And we'll put these in for another like few minutes. I said I don't need the grill marks, but I don't. But I do want them to be like charred a little bit, which they demonstrably are not. So let's just put those back in. I'm going to turn the oven up quite a bit. And we'll pop those in. Like Marvel Rivals. I have not seen, I don't know if anybody's played Marvel Rivals. The other games that folks, the other game that those folks who, the squad plays is some sort of golf game. But they both like golf. The other two folks enjoy golf. Like watching it, they're the type of folks who will like physically like go to a golf event and have a good, like they'll go intentionally with their own money and have a good time, which is odd behavior to me, but I'm, not a golfer. So to each their own. All right, let's put those in for, let's do just 10 more minutes. So the oven's getting very hot, and then it'll be hot well before then. Cyborg, welcome in. We're both talking about calzones. Are we screen sharing? Shayna, what'd you say? Oh, okay. We're talking about milk next? That's weird. I'm just kidding. Maybe if she talks about milk, though, wouldn't that be fun? Have I ever had pineapple shrimp? I feel like I have. I feel like I've had many different versions of shrimp. I can't put a finger on it, but I've had pineapple and shrimp in fried rice before, which are very good. While that pineapple is going, I'm going to toast these jalapenos on the stove. So I'm going to do the same thing with these that I do with the red peppers on the days that we make harissa, and grill them on the stove here, and then pop them in this paper bag. So, how about this? Instead of putting the camera over top the flame like we have in the past, let's try this view. Hey, last minute or two to vote in this poll that's up. If you are a poll watcher, oh, what even is that we're looking at? Hold on, that's weird. There we go. Okay, perfect. Look at that. That actually is a nice view of that flame. Great. Let's just pop these on here. Pop these on here like that, and just let them toast. And Liz says, "Judge me all you want." But I had a dental appointment and got some nitrous oxide for my anxiety, and now I'm like, all morning should start with some laughing gas. I mean, I'm not judging you at all for that. Of course, that sounds kind of fantastic, if I'm being honest. Wow, that's directly in the flame. I don't know if I want that. There we go. Better than fried shrimp, sauteed in creamy pineapple mayo. Pineapple goes great with shrimp. I feel like there's something with the acid in pineapple that also helps break down the proteins in the shrimp, if I am remembering this correctly. Spring rolls for spring. When is the solstice? Is that soon? It's like today, right? Or soon. It's on my calendar, but I forget when. I'm sure there's tons of recipes for it. There's gotta be. There have to be a ton of recipes for it. That makes sense. Well, I mean, I have to imagine that for spring rolls, it's probably pretty straightforward. And if I was going to make it up myself, I feel like I could. As long as you get the wrap correct. Fill it with whatever you want. The 21st, Amber? Okay. So yeah, very soon. Liz, exactly. Like, a cheesesteak spring roll would just be like, I make the cheesesteak, and instead of the roll, I put it in a wrap. Put it in a wrapper. I'm getting smart here, y'all. I'm putting the camera to the side of the flames instead of putting it in front. Although that does mean that it's not focusing on the peppers. But like, I suppose that's okay. So I'm just gonna blister these, not as much as I do with the red pepper, I think. I think I'm going to, I think I want to maybe just do like half as much. Yes, Liz, exactly. Drew. Command Drew, D-R-E-W. Oh, yeah, okay. The solstices. I know June. Amber, switch dominant hand. You know, I can do that. Let's do it. I just did. I'm now, I have my non-dominant hand is the one with the watch on it. You can keep track. These are getting nice and toasty. They're kind of curved, so I'm trying to like curve them over on the burner with the curve of the flame. And we'll use the I'll use my non-dominant hand for the knife work too, for cutting. Lemon, welcome in. Yeah, this is the hey, remember the last time when you put your camera directly over an open flame and it melted solution? Now we're just going to put it next to the flame. It actually looks nicer because my stove is dirty. And in the background of this, you can see like other things and not dirty stove. This camera is, I know, it's still close enough to melt. Liz, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Friend of the stream, a recipe reborn. Go follow there if you're not already. You probably are. I hope you are. Okay, these look pretty toasty and decent. I'm gonna get the tip of that one done a little bit more. Whoa, not like that. And then we're going to pop these in a paper bag and let them steam for just a few minutes. And then afterward, we'll take them out and cut them up. They're not completely toasted, so they are they're not completely toasted, so they won't be as difficult. See, but when I put the camera here, like it doesn't focus on the thing like as much as I want it to. Maybe that would be better. We'll see. We're only going to be here for another moment or two. This is the first time I'm using this camera angle, so I haven't done any testing or any like anything like that, you know? It's the tip. Yeah, Liz, I don't know. Sometimes the bot is just like, no, we're doing it. A stainless steel grill would be smart. I don't see I thought about that, but I don't have I feel like the only other one that I have that doesn't have a coating on it is the cookie sheet, the one that I use for cookies. And I think that's aluminum. I don't think it's steel. All right, these look good. I'm going to toss these in a paper bag and come on back over here. Yeah, the rack that I have, I don't think is stainless steel. I have this. The only two racks that I could put over it are this one, which is a roasting rack. It's like a roasting pan insert rack. And then this one, no, I guess this isn't aluminum. I guess this is steel. I could have just used this. I didn't. Next time. It is a great tip though. Uh, I think I just haven't. Maybe I will. I'll try this one next time, and if it melts in the middle, then like it melts in the middle. If he dies, he dies. Would it be unsafe because they were in the flames? No. No, because they don't have any embers on them. Uh they don't have any embers that would be able to like catch something. At least I don't think so. And if if it does, I'm right here. I don't know. I'll throw the fire blanket on top of it. Chase, a grease splatter screen would work. I do have one. It's more of it's like a fine mesh though. I would be reluctant to put that on top. Still get it done. Yeah, I did get it done, but it awkwardly, but finished nonetheless. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's all right. All right. This pineapple is grilled. Definitely grilled. I mean, it's not a very big logical leap to do that. I was already doing that on this sheet pan for these pineapples. So, all right, you turn the oven off. I don't think I'm using the oven for anything else today. I am. That's not true. I'm using the oven to keep things warm later, much later, but not right now. All right, these look great. Let's set these to the side because I'm just going to let these cool down on the tray, and then once that's finished, we'll we'll chop these up. I don't need to like put these in a bowl and then put them in another bowl. We can just wait until they're cool. It's got plenty of other stuff to do with for the salsa first. Oh, haircut for Chupo Lovin. That sounds. Um, is that different? Is that a struggle, or is this one of those scenarios? So, or is this one of the scenarios where it's like you've done it enough that it's just what happens? I feel like that's how I approach like cutting cat claws. Is like, no, this is gonna happen. Like this kind of has to happen. You can struggle a little bit, but like it's still gonna happen. And over time, you just get used to the thing happening. And then like when they're older, they're just used to it happening, and then it's easier. Right? Very well behaved, but it is a struggle. Coop, she trembles. Yes, I'm familiar with the. Yeah, there's always the trembling, trembling for everything. Daisy, she does not fortunately need haircuts, but she does not like getting her claws clipped. That only happens every once in a while. Toes. Baker, yeah, it's anything feet related. Animals hate getting their feet touched. So do a lot of people. But animals especially. You would swear they get removed by the animal. Sometimes. Like I said, the longer you do it though, if you do it consistently in the same way, and there's like, they continue to see that they don't die at the end of it. Hopefully there's some level of like acquiescing to the thing. So we're going to make salsa today. The salsa is going to have pineapple, mango, onion, tomato, jalapeno, and parsley. I'm going to cut up the onion very fine. The onion and it's going to have some garlic in it. The onion, I don't want the onion to be like big chunky like pieces of onion. I kind of want it to be like really small. Basically, I want you to have like a piece of pineapple that has like 2 or 3 pieces of onion stuck to it, so that they're like the onion should be like magnitudes of size smaller in its form than the other large chunks, the mango, the pineapple, and the tomato. The jalapeno too is also going to be like sort of just in there because I roasted it, and then the garlic I'm going to shave into the thing so that it's like really not there much at all, because I want it flavor wise, but like from a in your mouth perspective, I just want like big chunks of the other stuff. So Baker, he's a stress eater during the nails. After each clip to get a treat, that's a motivating factor, especially when you consider that like they have 4 paws. Yeah. If you went inside to eat early, she's stress eating. We've all been there. You need something?
Looking.
Any kind of something? What do you want? Something sweet? Why don't you have 2 of those cookies that are in there? The chocolate cookies. Nope. Those are freeze-dried mushrooms. Don't want those. Where are they? They're somewhere in here. Not those. Not those. Here they are. Here you go.
Ah.
You want like a brownie?
Training.
I am. This is a use it up snack.
Okay, I'll just leave with these now.
Okay, you want to leave the bag
No.
so I can wash it later? Okay, well, you better bring. Okay. I thought you were. No, I don't want you to dirty a plate. I was offering to just take the bag back so you don't have it like downstairs on your desk. Okay. You could just have them in hand. I don't know. They're cookies. Okay, yeah, you don't need a plate. Whatever. Get a bad haircut and stress eat. That's... Might die? Yes, it seems like it. I don't know why though. It has enough battery. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. It has battery. Maybe I leaned on the button or something. If you like hold the button down for a second, it turns off. I don't know. Maybe I... When would I have done that? Well, if it dies again, let me know and we'll switch. And then I will worry about it for the rest of the stream and fix it later, I guess. I feel like wait, I forgot. I'm supposed to be using my left hand. My bad. I feel like I would have been good at a charade stream. Maybe. Charades is one of those things. I'm not like I don't love tabletop games. I've said this like a bunch on stream, and I'm always really like reluctant to say it. Because I feel like if I'm being honest, I kind of feel like a monster for not liking tabletop games. Like, whenever someone's like, "Oh, I got this awesome board game," I'm like, become invisible. Like, I don't want to play. I'm sorry. I don't want to play the board game with you. Or the card game. Or any game, really? Chess? Sure. Scrabble? Okay. Crossword alone? Absolutely. But like generally speaking, when someone's like, "Do you guys want to play board games?" I'm like, "No." I go into them thinking I'm not going to like them, and then usually do. I'm very glad that's your experience. I can honestly say that basically every time in memory that someone's been like, "Do you want to play a board game?" and I've said yes, I've hated it. I go into them, and 10 minutes in, I'm like, "I want to disintegrate and not be here anymore. I don't want to play this." And it hasn't mattered what it is. Um, just doesn't matter. Not into it. I There's one that Calvin got for Christmas, or rather, we played it. We played it with like at a family gathering, and what's it called? Uh, Priorities. It's called Priorities, and it's basically like a card game. Like you get a card and then like everyone else kind of pitches in a card. It's sort of like what do you meme or apples to apples. One of those like everyone has a set of cards in their hand and they uh you sort of put them out on the table and play. That one was fun. Actually, it was the opposite of that. It's like the person whatever, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to describe the whole game. Uh that one was fun. But I feel like in general, I'm just like, I don't know. They just don't do it for me. Dumb Ways to Die is ironically fun. I I believe you. I believe you. I'm just chopping this onion up a little bit more. I feel like I just don't have a good mindset for it. I always like it ends up just being like, get me out of here. So I'm also just like not a gamer in general, like even video games. It's funny. I texted our squad chat uh recently. Or no, I didn't text. Sorry. Gwen took a video of me talking about this and sent it to our squad chat. But I was basically like, can I participate but not play the game? Like, can I just be on voice chat with y'all? Because I like the social aspect, but I don't want to play a game. I want to talk. I want to hang out. One of my favorite things to do is just like sit in a room with other people and like have a conversation with them without doing other things, without like also having to play a game. And I'm not very good at the game, and I don't get as much joy from it. And he was like, "Are you breaking up with us?" I was like, "No, but I just don't want to play the physical game anymore." Anyway, see what happens when I try to cut onions with my left hand? It takes basically forever. There are a couple streamers who I found that I can hop in while they play games and me not having to play and just hang. Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of I like what I like about Twitch. I don't have to play. If I want to watch the game, I can just watch a game. I don't have to play it. My husband and his brothers play these big games for 4 hours. It's intense. Yeah, I don't have the. It's not. 4 hours worth of playing a game is just not going to happen for me. A board game? No way. Not even. I would be tapped. I would tap out before then. I would just be like, I'm done. We're done. I can't. I have reached my maximum capacity for the enjoyment that I'm having and would like to no longer enjoy this. Thank you. We're good. World of Warcraft buddies still stream. I can't. I've tried to watch World of Warcraft. I can't follow it because I've never played it. I have a hard time watching it because I'm like I have no idea what's going on. Everything is so small and very fast, And there's so much data on the screen and like information available that I find it to be really overwhelming. It's like too much to look at. Too much to look at, and things are moving too fast. It's sort of like Skyrim is great, or Elder Scrolls games are great because like you pause it, like the dragon's attacking you, pause. Let's look at our inventory for 45 minutes. Like when you come back, the dragon is still just attacking you, and you know nothing has moved on. Fuck drawing, yeah. I'm not, I'm not saying they're boring. I'm just saying that from my capacity, I don't, I find a hard time engaging in them. And Baker, it is hard to get into it when you don't have any clue what's happening. Like, but to be fair, like hopping into a stream, Warcraft streamer who's like good at it and playing it at a high level, like I'm just, I'm not going to get to the point where I understand that in completion, Give me your weak auras. That's so funny. Syphilis says, I like to joke that I divorced my ex because of World of Warcraft. And while there was more than that, it was a big problem. Yeah. I've heard of, you definitely hear that. You definitely hear that. I hear, people... The discussions around streaming are always interesting too, because not only the game, but like some people can get like addicted to like this aspect of it, the community aspect of it, all of those things too. And I think like anything in moderation is fine, do most things in moderation and it's okay. All right, we have 2 cloves of garlic. Those look great. This mango is perfect. I forget how to cut a mango. Like, I know there's a seed in the middle of it. Like, I don't mean like I forget how to do it. In general, the seed is flat, the flat type. So let's see if we can just cut a face off of here. Beautiful. So we can cut the other face off. Oh yeah. Wow. That worked out way better than I was hoping it would. World of War does sink some time and cause partner conflicts. I've definitely certainly have heard that in the conversations. Are you ever coming back upstairs? No. The moderation. That's, yeah, I think those games, like anything, are designed to suck you in, right? They're designed to keep your attention. That's the point. Keep playing. All right, pit looks good. I find that I can play Fortnite happily for about 20 minutes. And after that, I just am frustrated. And I'm like, can I just be done? And I found myself like the last time I played in general, I was just like, I'm not enjoying this. Like, I don't want to just keep dying and be a drag on my team. I'm not going to improve. And like, I don't want to get yelled at by my team for like dying and doing stupid shit all the time. But I do want to hang out because it's like friends, like people that I know and I enjoy. For example, I spent my entire weekend in Providence, Rhode Island. To ostensibly attend a fantasy baseball in-person draft right? Which I did. I did. I attended the draft. But like, I don't care about baseball. I care about the people there. Baseball's the excuse. It's just that I run a team with someone else and I don't have to actually pay attention to the baseball aspect of it. So I still continue to do it. You know? It doesn't bother me to suck it again. No, it doesn't bother me either. It bothers me when it bothers other people. Carry me. Right. I just die all the time. I'm just like I'm constantly dead. I'm constantly in need of rebooting. And for me, it's basically like not worth the heartache of that. So I don't know. I'm always just like, please, let me just stay dead. The nice games are the ones where I die early and then like I can't get revived, and then I'm just like, great, I can just watch. So I finally got around to just being like, that's actually what I want to do versus like hoping that I just die quick. Okay, so we have some mango. I'm making an attempt here. I'm trying to do this left-handed. It's harder. It's not necessarily harder with the left hand. I don't have the same offhand technique. So it's easier. It's weird. Like when I'm cutting with my right hand, my left hand knows what to do to like flatten the thing better. But when I'm trying at the opposite side, it's like I can't. I don't have the same skill set. Oof, that mango is so good. The mango in this salsa is an afterthought. I was at the store. I totally forgot that I had a mango at home. And I was like, oh, I'll get some pineapple for this. This will be good. Then I got home and I was like, oh shit, I got the mango too. Amazing. So we're going with a sweeter salsa today than usual. So I'm doing this, basically I'm scoring it lengthwise and then crosswise so that I can sit this flat on the counter and then take the knife and run a flat knife along the underside of it. But again, I'm sort of having a little difficulty doing that here. We have the reward to switch the dominant hand. I think I'm going to finish this mango left-handed, and then we want to switch back to right-handed for the tomato, because that's even more delicate. And I don't want to mangle the tomato in the way I'm sort of mangling this mango. Not actually mangling it, it's not as uniform as it would be otherwise. All right. But I'm going to dice this. Can't really get uniform chunks out of this, but I'm going to dice. I'm also using a utility knife instead of a chef knife. So it also makes it slightly less efficient to do. But I want some like big chunks here. That's the goal. Just like, because the overall for this salsa, I want big chunks of mango and pineapple and tomato, small pieces of onion, small pieces of garlic. That's the goal. So I'm going to start putting this in a bowl. There's no measurement here. This is all just sort of going on feel. We're basing it on vibes today. Yeah, Rhode Island was fun this weekend. I'm glad I got to do a stream on Sunday. I thought I might not be able to. Saturday night, I was having some issues with tech stuff, and then Sunday morning, again, and I thought for sure that things were just going to go bad, and I wasn't going to get to do it, but it came through, fortunately, and we did. So, good time to be up in New England. It's also nice to connect with folks I've known for that long. This is my 17th year doing this thing, this trip specifically. 17th year doing this specific fantasy baseball league. So these are all folks that have been in my life for a long time. The tech obstacles, I know. It's a never-ending Sisyphean battle. Rusty, welcome in. You walked my capital in 3 hours. Well, not the whole thing. Not the whole thing. But I did do a good chunk of it. I was thinking of going down to the Elmwood Zoo, too. The only two spots, yeah, that's the big one, and then a little farther north I really didn't get into. I didn't get into anywhere northeast at all. After stream, though, I was at the very end of stream. I was talking about how Dell's wasn't open yet, I was like, oh man, I wish I had a Dell's right now. This is so the moment to have a Dell's. Frozen lemonade, for those of y'all who weren't in that exact specific part of the stream in that exact moment. Anyway, Dell's is like a frozen lemonade. It was warm out. I was sweating and I was ending stream. So I was like, oh man, I wish I had a Dell's. But you know what I did do? I went into the Providence Place Mall and I got a large Orange Julius. And that was just about as good. It wasn't Dell's. I'm going to rinse my hands off here because they're sticky from mango. I got a large Orange Julius. This was 35, 40 minutes before the train. Got a massive Orange Julius. I took 3 Advil. I smoked a joint. And you know what? My feet didn't hurt at all after that. What do you know? It was great. Then I got on a train, and I was very productive for 6 straight hours. Not shocking. All right. Mangoes here. Let's do the pineapple. I'm going to cut the pineapple up now because this is basically ready to go. So, do the same thing. Some grilled pineapple. It just has a little bit of browning on the tips. Nothing wild. But I'm going to cut this up now into a little bit of a dice. Just break it down into slightly smaller chunks. We'll toss that in there, roughly equivalent to the mango-sized chunks. Then we'll get the tomato in. It's super fun. I love Providence. I'd love to go back there. I'd love to do more. I don't know. I'd love to go elsewhere in Rhode Island. It's a very unique place. And again, absolutely recommend visiting there if you get the chance. I'll have Dallas in a couple of weeks. I would appreciate it. I was saying maybe I can get the bag, the bag mix. In fact, if I'm guessing, I feel like I have a bag of Dell's mix in here somewhere. Or I used to. I don't. Unless it's behind there. No, I don't anymore. What is this? When the hell do you suppose these are from? These are lemon poppy cookies. And I just found these in my cabinet. We're not going to eat these before anyone asks. I don't know how long those have been in there. Yuck slash huh. Baker never had a Dell's and craving citrus. Yeah, it's it's like a milkshake, but with orange juice. That's an Orange Julius. My bad. Dell's is uh Baker, you've had Rita's, maybe? I feel like Dell's is just like it's slushy, it's lemonade. It's slushy lemonade. That's all. I can send you some if you'd like. I think what I want yes, like one, yes, would love. Two, get out of here. You actually have the emote in chat. The friggin' Dell's emote. Like, which is badass. But yeah, it's like a frozen lemonade slush. But like you scrape it. It like comes out of a bucket in the same way that like an icy does. Generally speaking. You like scrape it into you serve it like you serve it as if it was like water ice, and then you eat it with like a straw slash spoon. Open them and see if they walk away. They're like, put us back in the cabinet. It's light out here. We have more evolution to do. It is delicious, Baker. Oh, it's very good. But what I also want, see, part of the Dell's experience is the atmosphere. Like, I could eat it here at home in my kitchen, and it would be tasty. Like, it would be very good. But it would not be. Have been out in the sun all day and am now getting pulled down. I need a beverage. It doesn't have the same like holistically good feeling as when you, I don't want to say earned it, but there are situations where it just tastes better. It's like anything. It's like getting ice cream on a hot day. Like on a hot day. Like that's what I'm talking about. It's just like, this thing that you do that's good on this hot day. A nice beer after working in the yard. Exactly. Yeah, it's just a good like there's more to the enjoyment. In that moment on Sunday, it would have been like the perfect thing. Because I just walked around, I didn't have to do any more walking. I was tired and it was warm. And like, yeah, the Dells would have been great. Orange Julius, though, hit the spot. I gave myself brain freeze. I drank it so fast. So the Orange Julius was very good. I was thankful for that. I was like, you know what? I have just enough time to walk into the mall before my train. And I did. Then I sat in the cafe car all the way back. Y'all take the train. The cafe car is the best. It actually feels like you're traveling in some like luxury situation. Whereas when you sit in the back of the train, or like not back, but like the coach, the regular seats, the regular coach seats. When you sit there, it feels too much like an airplane for me. And I'm like, this isn't the same sort of travel situation I want. So I like the dining car. I sit there on my computer. It's just a good vibe. All right, so I'm cutting. I scraped the blackened skin off of the pepper. I'm now scraping out the guts, the seeds, and the stem. And we're just going to dice this real small and toss it in. I'm also going to have a little break here, like a 3-minute break coming up, just so everyone's aware. I'm going to finish cutting this pepper. We're going to finish maybe the tomato and herbs. Maybe not. I'm going to finish cutting this pepper and then we'll take a quick break. So like I said, I'm not in a rush, so I don't want to like do that tomato and be real quick about it. I'd rather take my time. I also love the train because you can arrive at the train station at the same time as the train and still get on it. Really, I mean, like, you should probably arrive maybe a little earlier, but like, you can arrive at the train station with like 5 minutes until your train pulls in, and you're still going to get on that train. Whereas, like, if you're in the airport, like, forget it. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. There's a couple spots I walked by that had blockers. Interesting. Yeah, there was some spots where I was just like, it was like, boom, dead. Like, it just died. And that was weird because you're downtown. And I was a little thrown by it because earlier in the day, none of my Sims were working. None of my like modem Sims. Like first thing in the morning, I couldn't go live because my Sims were not working. So I was a little like, what the fuck? What's happening? But it happens. Usually it happens when you go inside. Like, oh, concrete? Never mind. F you. We're not going to work. All right. Jalapeno. That's one. I'm going to put two in here. Traveling is always being crammed in the back of an airplane, Aubrey says. I've never been on a cool train. I love going on the train. I almost always am on the same train line. Usually it's the Northeast Regional train, which goes from DC to Boston and back. And it's just like, I mean, it's a commuter train. It's not anything like special. There are first class seats, you know, there's like business class. You can sit, if you have a coach class ticket, you're allowed to sit in the dining car, and they don't mind if you sit there for the whole trip. Depending on the conductor, they may care if you're asleep there or not. Sometimes they like to keep the tables for folks that are awake. Case in point, on the way up there, when they changed crews in New York, one of the guys got on, and there's a person like in the cabin that I was in, asleep, like with their head against the window, and the guy's like, "Hey, get up, get out." And the guy's like, huh? And he's like, "No sleeping. Sleeping's in the back. Get in the back. You want to sleep?" And I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm working, sir. Sorry." It wasn't me, but I was like, "Oh, damn, we're gonna be lively, not just awake." So that was kind of fun. He was very clear about what was not allowed in that car in that moment. All right, salsa's like a little bit on the way. After we're going to take a quick break, then we're going to finish the salsa. We have some tomato, parsley to chop still. We're going to add the add the lime, onion, garlic, mix that all together, a little salt and pepper. Excuse me. A little bit of salt and pepper. And then we're going to make the dough for the tortillas. So after this break, but before the next one, we're going to do finish the salsa and make the tortillas. After that, we have some cabbage to prep, a little bit of crema to make. Then we're going to fry the tortillas, then fry the fish. So it's a little bit of a longer stream today, but we're still, you know, we're getting into it. We're getting into it slowly. Flinks, welcome in. Welcome in. What kind of tortilla? These are just going to be corn tortillas, masa. Yes. So we're using gluten-free corn flour. I think all corn flour is gluten-free, maybe. Regardless, it was being sold as gluten-free corn flour, so it is gluten-free. Said so on the sign. We need corn flour today. I have a real basic recipe, and that's the one we're going to follow. It's the one we've made on stream a couple times before. All right. In the meantime, we're going to go play a quick game of Words on Stream. If you don't like ads, you can go subscribe on YouTube, and it'll be an ad-free experience for the next 3 minutes. Otherwise, if you're on Twitch, here comes a 3-minute advertisement. There's a game of Words on Stream up. We're going to be back in just a moment. I'm going to process the dishes. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
So many U's. I know. There's more than one is weird. More than one is hard. Is difficult to work with. Yeah. So I was giving Gwen grief for taking that bag downstairs because I would do it now. It would be done. We'll do it later, and that's okay too. All right. This can go up here. Oops. Some dishes away. We're in the I washed this dish earlier and now it's dry stage. All the stuff that I did right before stream is dry now. Isn't that great? I love it. Last guesses. If you're getting in a guess in this round, get it in now, because this is the last moment to do so. All right. All right. Let's do one more. I finished the dishes. I will participate in this one if possible. Oh. Maybe? It means we get to dirty it again. It's true. Let's see. Everyone's favorite element, boron. Doorknob, Liz. Good word. That means knob is also a word. Let's go with that one. Knob is a word. Bono. If anyone wants to play Bono, B-O-N-O. We were talking about that one earlier. Hey, if you were experiencing an ad break on Twitch, welcome back. I appreciate your patience. Patience. Finishing the game of words on stream here. Apparently Bono is not a word, except, unfortunately. Oh, what could be another word? I'm trying to think of the longer one here. There's another 5-letter word on the board still. Well, get your last guesses in. Everybody gets at least one more guess. Some weird letters in those last 2 rounds. Did odor come in? Did it make it through, or did that not get? That was definitely a word. If door was a word, and certainly so was odor. Let's finish this salsa. I'm sorry I didn't make it through. Who's knows? Welcome in. All right. A little tomato in this one. I only have one tomato, or rather, I'm only going to use one tomato. I have a couple. I bought 3. But I intended to eat the other 2 with salt. Freshly therapized. I hope it was good. Welcome back. Good thing to do on a Tuesday. You don't want to come into therapy on Monday, because then you have all the weekend. But Tuesday's a good day. I also did that today in person, not tele, but I did that today too. Felt good. Would do again. Vision therapy. Which one is which? Or are they both? Well, they both contribute to making Tuesday a better day of the week, because Tuesday sucks. If you are a normal, like 9 to 5-y sort of job, or like Monday through Friday rather sort of job, I feel like Tuesday is by far the worst day of the week. I hope that didn't just give anyone farther existential dread. Because, like, Monday's fine, because it's like, the week ahead, people were sort of whatever. I always found that people were, like, a little slower on Monday. Tuesday's the day where, like, people start asking you to do shit. And it's a this week problem, and it's not a next week problem. Like Thursday, Liz, favorite day of the week, personally. Agreed. Yeah, because Thursday problems could be next week problems. Tuesday problems are just this week problems, and that sucks. I think that might be all the tomato I want to add to this. I think I might just eat this other half of the tomato. Because I don't want this to be really tomato. I want it to be more pineapple, more pineapple mango. And right now, my ratio is pretty good. So I think I might just eat these other couple slices of tomato with some salt. At least one of them. Why not? Leave the salt out in the cover too. That's a good tomato. All right. Add this garlic in here. That's just shaved garlic. I didn't do anything else to it. And then a little bit, some onion here. I'm going to add maybe half of that onion, which is like a quarter of an onion total. I haven't seasoned this at all. This is just like raw in a bowl. Let's stir this together. And I'm making the salsa kind of first because I want it to have time to gel together. Like all the juices kind of start to coagulate. Not coagulate. That's not true. They don't do that. They're not fatty. They marinate all the other stuff in here, and it ends up being real good. All right, I don't want any more tomato. That's true. Go ahead and eat the rest of that. Now add a little more onion. Then we're going to add some parsley and salt and pepper. Okay. Little trial bite. Yeah. Salt. pepper, parsley, lime juice. From a like mouth though, this is pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and actually add the rest of that onion to here because there's not a lot in here, and once I add the salt, the acidity of the onion will kind of like drop out of it a little farther. Okay, so that said, add that, and then we'll add some parsley in just a moment. Cut up a lime. We'll squeeze like the juice of a lime into there. We'll mix it all together, and then we're gonna stir this a couple times during stream today. Master splits, Philly cheesesteak flatbreads, absolutely possible. All the same ingredients, just flat, lay them flat. You could even, instead of making like a flatbread, you could take the actual roll from a cheesesteak and just press it because they're pretty soft. It's an option. It's an option. You might want to. I hate coagulated fat. It is. It's kind of gross. It's not what's happening here though. I just used the wrong word, and I did catch myself. Marinate is the word I want though. Liz, I did make some decisions for pistachio palooza. Would you like to know what we're gonna make on Thursday? I assume because you asked that you would know. Or that you would want to know. We're making a couple things. So, it doesn't need to be a surprise. I know what I'm making because I already shopped for it. I already have the ingredients. Most of the ingredients. I actually need one ingredient. No, I don't. I got it today. I thought I would need an ingredient, but they had it at the store, and I was surprised and delighted. Doesn't matter. All right. What we're making for pistachio Thursday is a tart, which is essentially a take on a pecan pie that I found. So it's not like a light and airy like pistachio cream tart. It's more like deep brown sugar, thin no bake crust with sticky sort of brown sugary mixed pecan filling with like whole pecans on top and mixed in. So like appearance wise, it is similar to pecan pie, right? So it would be roughly the same. Different, obviously. No pecans. No haro syrup either. No like no corn syrup. It's all brown sugar. So I like the fact that there wasn't any corn syrup in this one. We're gonna do that, and we're gonna make baklava, of course. So we have some no, not puff pastry. I do have puff pastry, but with phyllo dough. We're going to do an easy baklava. I'm going to use the recipe from Simply Recipes because I want to just start easy. I don't need a complicated baklava recipe. I just want to make it. So we're going to use a very straightforward recipe from that. So a tart and baklava, we're going to make pecan butter instead of like peanut butter. We're going to do some pecan butter. And we're also going to make pesto. Dinner that night is going to just be pasta with pesto. And maybe like chicken or something. Maybe like I have some chicken thighs in the fridge that I got at Reading Terminal yesterday. I don't have it planned for them, so I might just make like pesto chicken and pasta. But regardless, that's the move. I want to do those things. I feel like that will take a decent amount of time. But I'm excited. They should be pretty easy. I'm giving this little lime some scoring here, keeping the juice in it. And I'm going to squeeze that out over this. So here we go. So many things. I know. I am excited about it. I've been excited about the pistachio, the pistachio thing for a little while. The availability of pistachios in my life as a snack / ingredient. Who's Knows says this might be a hot take, but pistachio pudding and pistachio ice cream are repulsive. Fine, that is an interesting take. Not because I'm like arguing with you, because I've actually never had either one of those things. That's not true. I have pistachio ice cream, and being real, I feel like the flavor of pistachios is super mild. So I could see why some folks might just be like, it's not for me, right? Because it feels really mild. The ice cream was it was good, but I was like, I don't know, it was not as good as like butter pecan ice cream. So I should not bury the lead here. I have had pistachios already. I ate them myself at home without telling anybody at all. I just had some time where I was like, I'm going to have some pistachio and I'm just going to wait here quietly and see if I die. And I did not. So I've had them. I know I can confirm that I'm not allergic to pistachios. I didn't want to find that out on stream. Like, really, there's some things that I'm like, let's not actually have the reaction on stream, even though the doctor says it's okay. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. All right. This salsa looks really good. Oh my god. I'm gonna eat. Oh, that's so good. I need a bigger spoonful than that. Just spilling it everywhere. Who cares? Mmm. Mmm. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's really good. All right. Daisy will find it. There's some salsa for you. There's a lot of extra too. I'm probably going to use like an eighth of this total on dinner tonight. The rest of it I'm going to eat with a spoon. Or some chips. I wish I'd have brought chips. I didn't actually get any chips. I know I could make chips. I know I could make my own tortilla chips. I'm aware that it's possible. We're not going to do that today. I would like to, but like, we're not. Um, Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Mm. I'm eating the meat off the edge of this avocado mango pit. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to take a break for just a second here so I can floss my teeth because mistakes were just made. And now I have mango strings in my teeth. And that's, yep. We're gonna have to stop for just a moment here so I can do that. Because you ever get something in your teeth and it's literally the only thing that you can think about, and you can't function? I'll be right back. Just give me like just a moment here. Okay. Instant relief. Whew. Okay. Okay. Well, that was different. Minty. Do I own a water flosser? I do not. I wish I did. I would like one. I was just thinking of a corner store run. Yeah, I may ask when Gwen picks Calvin up for them to get some chips. I'm gonna forget, but I would like to ask. I won't. And there are none up here. There's just potato chips up there, which are not great for what I want to do with them. Brandon Graham retired. I do not know who that is, so I'm assuming this is a sports player. I am sorry for the loss of Brandon Graham on your fantasy team if he was a contributor. I do not know who Brandon Graham is. I'm sorry. I definitely won't be making tortilla chips from scratch. There's so much work. I know. That's why I'm not going to do them. Not today. I'm definitely not going to do them today. I do the same thing with mango. Yeah, you got to eat the little part around the bit. But then it's like, I just bit into it and it was like, have some string in your mouth. So I can't. I could not carry on. He played for the Eagles. Go Birds. Do we like him? Was he a good player? Was he a bad player? I'm assuming he was a good player because of he retired and that's news. If he was not good, people would probably just be like, he probably wouldn't be there anymore anyway. I don't know. They're Birds people. I don't know if you've been here before, but I don't know who the players are on those teams. 15 years is a long time for a football player, I bet. I hope his brain is okay. They get a throne set up for the water flosser. That would be... Using a water flosser on stream would definitely be a larger number channel point redemption. Yeah. Let's make some tortillas, though. Now is the time. We did the salsa. We got it. I'm going to make the tortilla dough. Tortilla dough should be pretty straightforward. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Compressed air. Oh my god. Can you imagine spraying compressed air out from the inside? I would definitely hit the camera. That'd be super gross. Lindsay, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to have you. I hope you're good. I don't want to see it being used. That's too far. Yeah, just close the bathroom door while you're in there doing your thing. All right, we can maintain some modicum of decency, right? It's mattering. Welcome in. Good hat. Thank you. I like this hat. I meant to wash it last night and I didn't. And I don't know. That story didn't have an ending. All right. What do? We mix, stir, knead, rest, roll. Easy. Roll into 1.5 ounce balls. Whose Nose says he's 36. This is Brandon Graham. I want to retire at 36. Yeah, totally. 2-time Super Bowl champion. Only played for the Eagles. Oh, so he's like a homer. Okay. I didn't know that. I feel like the name, now that I'm saying the name a bunch, it feels familiar. Probably because he's been in the news during the time that I've lived here, which is that entire time. So it also tells you that I don't pay attention to that kind of news. I had an unserious experience and I'm feeling like an auntie about it, a smattering says. That's cool. Glad that it wasn't a serious experience. A good unserious experience. I've had a lot of unserious experiences recently. A Trader Joe's for the first time. That is not an I would not call it an unserious experience. It's not silly, but I would I'm happy for you. Was it what you had hoped for? What were you expecting, and was it what you expected? And why not? Why wasn't it what you expected? I had no green beer. Right. I love that just randomly talk about sports that Lou doesn't watch. I don't. And I'm not gonna. That's the other thing. I'm not going to watch them. I was expecting a literal grocery store. It's a very different experience if you're used to going to like a large grocery store with like aisles and aisles of canned goods and like a meat section, like, or a bakery. I agree. It's definitely very different. I find Trader Joe's to be a lot of like prepared foods, right? It's for me, my experience of it is like all a lot of prepared stuff. So I have a hole in this bag. I created a hole in this bag by accident, which I'm gonna just take advantage of right now, and we're gonna make the problem worse because I can't make it better because it's a plastic bag and I'm not gonna fix it. So, 7. I need 9.5 ounces of this. That's 10.1. That's more than we need. $9.5. Perfect. Yes, we are going to take advantage, and we're going to, when I close this up, we're going to seal it with the hole above the seal again. Excellent sports ball boundaries. Yeah, I'm just, I'm not gonna all of a sudden start watching and caring about the team. I always care that they do well. I maintain. I am a fan. I just don't watch or follow. I do like that they do well. If they didn't exist, it wouldn't matter. But, you know. Trader Joe's is for crunchy almond bombs. Yeah, the produce section is the most like visibly similar grocery section to the store. The main reason I go to Trader Joe's obviously is their orange juice. Take advantage of the whole. Yeah. Huh? Yes. And yes, and that's your improv response. It is. Is it better than every other orange juice? That's funny. Smattering says Mariano's is the wine mom grocery store. TJ's is not. TJ's is a grocery store, but it's super specific. They have lots of things that your regular grocery store does. I feel like it's just like prepared foods. Like it's primarily things that you don't have to like. There's no high level of effort to prepare Trader Joe's foods. 2 cups, 9.5 ounces of corn flour, 1 teaspoon kosher salt, warm water. So let's turn my water on for just a second so it heats up. Ninja Bacon, welcome in. Ninja Bacon 420, welcome in. I'm sorry to go with our full biblical name. Welcome. Nice to have you. Everywhere I turn, snacks, not an unprepared food to be found. A Circle K, masquerading. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far. Circle K is maybe has a little bit more processed food, but it is. I agree with you. It is a lot more on the prepared side. Yeah, they have some fruits. They have some like frozen stuff that is just like, bags of thing, like a bag of you know, fried something or other as opposed to like a whole meal. But by and large, it's like it's definitely, yeah, you're right. I don't personally grocery shop at Trader Joe's, kind of for that reason, because it's like I don't get necessarily the stuff that I want there, because it's not uh not, you know, individual stuff. It's like produce and a bunch of frozen things and snacks. Definitely snacks. Lots of snacks. But snacks aren't bad. Ooh, a good snack store is amazing. Lemon says, "Did you know that Circle K was purchased by a Quebec company called Couch Couche-Tard?" That's in French. If you were to say that with a French accent, it would probably sound accurate. A girl dinner snore. I like that. That's better. A big unassembled charcuterie board. That's funny. That is funny. That's a probably covers most of what you would get there. Yeah. I don't disagree. All right, warm water, 12 ounces. Pour this in, stir it with a spoon. I'm gonna need this. I only need it for a few minutes though, like 4. And I think I can just do that. I don't. Yeah, I'll just do that on the cutting board. That'll be fine. All right, 12 ounces of water. That's a cup and a half. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12.1. I hope it's not overhydrated. Baker says, I go to Trader Joe's for center tomatoes because it's like $4 cheaper. Yeah, that's, I think, once you find your Trader Joe's products, I feel like that's what keeps people coming back. That's what I always hear. People are like, oh, I love that one thing that they have, and then they go back for it. A chicken wing charcuterie board. What would be on a chicken wing charcuterie board? Various cuts. You have your drumsticks, your flats, a bunch of different dips, some spicy, some not, so that you can have like a few pull down things on there. Chicken wing charcuterie board? Now I'm into it. Let me be clear, Smattering says, I'm not upset. I will go back, but the next time I'm there, I'm going to know what I came there for. Snacks. Right. If you go to Trader Joe's and you're like, hey, I'm going to do all of my weekly grocery shopping there, and it's the first time you've ever been there, you're going to be disappointed because they're not going to have the things that you think that they have. And you're going to walk out of there with like a bunch of stuff that you didn't know you wanted. And that's okay too. Canada is coming for the heart of America. Convenience purchases. Convenience is just like the heart of America, period. A bunch of nuggets. We do dip dinner, which is kind of like a freezer charcuterie board. I think I can just knead this in the bowl. I don't think I need to take this out of the bowl at all, actually. Speaking of, I'm gonna wash my hands real quick because not dirty or sticky or anything, but just like, you know, I'm gonna use my hands to knead some dough. Let's actually wash them. It doesn't matter if they're a little wet because this has water in it anyway. So many different flavors of chicken wings. Dips, breaded, unbreaded, grilled, deep fried, different preps. Yeah, different preps would be fun. Yeah, everyone's got their snack, Smattering. Exactly. Lightly dipped dark chocolate almonds. If that's what keeps you coming back, that's great. That's why Reddit, like Trader Joe's Reddit, gets so mad when things get discontinued or go out of the rotation. It's so funny. People get hurt, people get very upset when they take their favorite stuff off. All right, so we're gonna need this now for about 4 minutes or so. I'm gonna set a timer here just so I don't overwork this. And I'm just gonna knead it right here in the bowl as opposed to getting it out and putting it on the cutting board. In the bowl is fine. We're gonna end up making, I don't know how many tortillas I get out of this. I forget. It's always been more than I need. It's like way more than I ever need every single time I've ever made this. So this is plenty. I roll it into 1.5 ounce balls, so I could tell you how many I'm gonna expect. Yeah, once this is all together, it will sit. You can sit this. You could roll it right away, but anywhere 10, 20, probably about 30 minutes is the most in general. But it's going to sit all together. We're going to keep it in this one big piece while it's resting, and then when it's rested, we'll take it and separate it into 1.5 ounce individual balls. Petition to bring back the McRib. You and an army of commenters online are all on the same page on Common. Who's knows? You play with a lot of dough and a lot of balls. I mean, we are in the kitchen. That didn't make any sense. My response to that made no sense. Innuendo. Anyway, about halfway done this, or so. And it's feeling really good. It was factual. It's true, and recently that has been more than true. We have been doing. We did pasta last week. Pasta, cookies, cookie balls. So your observation is accurate. Just Judo, welcome in. Good day. Good day. I don't think I have to do anything with this. I'm just going to cover it when I rest it. There's no need to wrap it in anything. Just keep like a moist towel or wet, just put a towel over it essentially. And I don't believe that I need to rest this in the refrigerator. I think it just can go on the counter. I didn't write anything down around the resting side of it. It just, my directions in my notebook just say rest. It says masa, 9.5 ounces. Kosher, 1 teaspoon. Water, warm, 12 ounces. Stir, knead, 4 minutes. Rest, 10 to 30. Roll, 1.5 ounces. That's the directions for these tortillas. So really kind of vague, which is fine. Judo, it's going great. All things considered, the things that I have control over in life are going okay. It always has such colorful hats. This is a different one. Yeah, I don't think I've worn this one for a couple months. Every once in a while, me and this hat don't like each other because it fits slightly differently than my other ones. And sometimes I just don't like wearing it because I feel like it has a funny shape to it. You may not notice a difference. Baker says, I always just rest mine on the counter. Yeah, that's kind of... If I don't... My sense is always, if I didn't put it in my... If I didn't write it down, the easier solution is the one that we need to do. So in this case, it says rest 10 to 30 minutes. That to me means if I needed to put it in the fridge, it would say rest cold. If it needed to be wrapped, it would say like wrap/rest. Like, because it doesn't specify anything, I'm assuming that past me was like, yeah, that's okay. We'll just leave it on the counter. So this dough is beautiful at this point. It feels like a bouncy ball from like a vending machine. Like it has sort of a, and it even sounds like it. It even sounds like it. It's so wild how this dough comes together in this like really specific way. So yeah, that sounds not too good. Well, I'm just kind of, I guess I'm just more referring to like the existential dread of living in the world that we live in now. Existential and real, and very real. So what I mean is like, you know, for me, I wanted tacos. I went to the store, I got the ingredients for tacos, and I can do that. And I'm making them today, and I'm anticipating really enjoying them. And so like, I'm doing good in that sense. Right? And I think that's really, like I said, the things that I have control over. All right, let me scrub my hands again. Now I have corn tortilla, or corn tortilla dough, rather, under all over. And give my fingers a scrub. And my nails. There we go. Get another towel because I just put the other one over my masa. Okay. 1.5 ounce balls is all I really need to know about the rest of that recipe. So let's come back over here. Make the dough, rest. Cabbage, prep the cabbage, prep the crema, prep the avocado, then do the tortillas, then the batter. Okay, we're just gonna do a quick crema. I'm not gonna cut the avocado yet because that's like, I can do that all the way at the end. Right. Judith says, I wish people would be louder about not liking it, but somehow we all hermit. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about politics on stream the other day because I think that I mentioned this, and I'll mention it again, but like I'm a very politically motivated, oriented, aware, active person, but I try to limit how much I kind of grind that axe on stream here because I think we all need space to be able to have like joy, right? If you can, in addition to spiraling about things. And so for me, I like being able to be in the kitchen and just like have a conversation that does not focus on the same thing that every third thought I have is. Right? Who's knows says I have a friend who goes to therapy because being a human in this world is hard. Yeah, I go because it's good. And I think that has nothing to do with the world outside. I think if you can swing it, having an extra person to listen to you talk and give you real blunt, honest feedback is fantastic. I'm not politically oriented. I'm European. I care mainly about food and salary and having nice conversations. I also care mainly about food. Let's make a little bit of crema. Basically, this crema recipe is 1-to-2 ratio of sour cream to mayonnaise and a bit of lime, a bit of chipotle pepper, and some salt and pepper. So easy stuff. I believe I have a chipotle pepper up here. Here we go. Chipotles, peppers and adobo sauce. We love that. We love the peppers and adobo sauce. La Castella. Lemon says, it's nice to get space from it, right? But I've mentioned before that functionally, talking about it on the stream doesn't actually do anything. Education and awareness is good, but I think some people get confused that yapping on stream is activism when it really isn't. I agree with you, like 100%. Like, if you give people direction on how to channel that energy, like, hey, if you live in the United States, you should sign up for ResistBot and use it for contacting all of your state and national officials. Like, anytime you're bored, you can email them. Not templates either. You can just email them whatever your thoughts are. Like, talking about how to do things is good. But yeah, the endless, I hate this. Me too. Here's why I hate it. Me too. That doesn't help. Doesn't help you like calibrate as a human either. How long ago did I get my tattoos? Get these tattoos? 7 or 8 years, maybe? 7, 8-ish. Maybe 6? Maybe 9? Somewhere in there. Less than 10, more than 5. Little magical can. It is a little magical can. We love this can. All right, I'm going to get out my other ingredients for this. Like I said, sour cream and mayonnaise is not great in this. Like, I don't love a whole bunch of it, but a little bit is good. Who knows? Yeah. If you want to stream that does nothing but talk about politics, like, we've got that. You can do that. That's available to you right now. In fact, that stream is online and ready to receive all of that. Mr. Miami Cool, welcome in. Good day. Good day. Yeah, if you're just talking about it and you're not doing anything about it, that's not good. I'd rather just do stuff about it and then cook while I'm here. Kind of the opposite approach. All right. Like I said, we're going to do like half and half, or not half and half, sorry. The ratio is basically, at least the last time I made this, the ratio that I came up to that worked well for me was 2 parts sour cream to 1 part mayonnaise. So that's 71 grams, which means about 30 grams of this. I don't even think I want 30 grams. 21. I know that half of 70 is 35. That's math that I can do, but I'm going a little under because I don't always love what this does. There's like a point where it's too much, and when you've gone past that point, you can't like add more sour cream to make it better. How did I manage to keep the nail polish on? It's coming off. So like, pinkies are not great. These nails are not looking great. No, just the tips are chipped off of these. Tips are chipped off of these too. I just didn't take it down at all. I kind of just, this is the, what are 3, did I really just get out 3 spoons in a row? Weird behavior. I am going to need more than this. I'm just starting with this as sort of my baseline. Yeah. Who's Nose says, I will say I love ranting and I love hearing other people rant. So if I want to rant, about politics, I would listen. Getting your thoughts out of your head is helpful. Yeah. I probably, I don't know. There's probably plenty of occasions for that. But I just always try to keep, I try to keep that as minimal as possible. Because I don't want to, I just don't want to go off for like, what, and Gwen knows this, like once I start spiraling into that state of like complaining, it doesn't really, there's no like end to it. You're just like, and I don't know. I feel like I could very easily do that every day, all the time. So I prefer not, you know? It is nice to get a moment of sanity. Yeah. Like I get that. I get that too. I also don't want to be a black box of like, hey, what are this person's politics? Like, where does this person stand? Is this an okay place to be? Right? Is this person going to respond the way that I want my friends to respond if I talk about my experience and the way that I show up in the world? Like, so yeah, I definitely get that. I get the fact that like, you know, if you are someone who is in any type of marginalized community, like that reassurance is helpful, even if it's not the focus of the other content, the other conversation, I guess. My fudge darling says, I'm also here because my family wants to eat every day, like every fucking day. I know. It does not work in silence, Lemon. And I can appreciate that. And if I'm being honest, I think, you know, like folks like yourself balance those things really well. I think in general, I often have especially if someone else is talking, I have the like, I just want to listen vibe. Adding chipotle to this, it's going to get a nice little orange color. I'm going to add maybe one more of those peppers, right? Fudge drawing. Yeah, no matter who's in charge or who's doing what, you got to eat. Eating is a thing that we hope to do. Master Splits, the sort of escapism movies, TVs, video games. Yeah, it's valid. You save your energy and you fight the battles that you can fight. You fight all the battles that you can. Oh, there we go. You fight all the battles you can. I'm personally very motivated by like calling and communicating. I love texting, emailing my representatives. I like when they respond to my emails, responding back to them. I especially love calling. I love calling because you can really say what you need to say. All right, let's get a little bit more of the. We're gonna put a little more sour cream in here. I'm gonna squeeze some lemon, put a little salt and pepper, and then we're gonna give this a taste and see how this turned out, because I think I want more in general. But I don't know more of what. I feel like I want more volume. I just want more of this dip. Somewhere along the lines, people forgot what diplomacy was. Uncommon. Yeah, I think it is hard because if you're patient with somebody and even willing to listen, sometimes if someone isn't living in the same reality that you're living in, it's going to be hard to break through. And the patience comes in the form of like finding that one thread that you can pull on to get them to be like, oh yeah, maybe I can look at it slightly differently. And I will tell you that I do have that level of patience. Like, I'm not sort of a like, you're wrong, shut up person. But some of those conversations have to happen in a long form, right? They have to happen over time. You can't just convince somebody that they're wrong in a moment. It's very hard to get somebody to turn and accept reality in just a minute or two. Jane, welcome in. Hello. Oh God, just Judah says calling. Yup, like on the phone. Like on the phone. Yes. Hello, Senator Fetterman. You continue to be a disappointment to me. I'm sorry that I voted for you. I'm sorry that I called for you. I'm sorry that I made campaign donations for you. You better believe that if you don't blah, 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 that you will not have my support in the future. Here's how I'm going to not support you in the future if you're not supporting me as a constituent right now. Thanks for your time. Boo, Fetterman. Fuck Fetterman. Sorry. That was real. That was my real unvarnished response to that. You should resign. He's a coward. He's a coward. He's a coward. They all are. And that's how I really feel. This is why I don't have my viewer count on. Yes. Master splits. You have to keep your community close. That's how you do it, right? What stage am I on, Jane? I am on the stage where we are bitching about politics. What have I done so far? I made the salsa and I made the cream to go on top. The next thing, and I also made the tortilla dough. The next thing that I'm going to make is the fish. So the next thing we're doing is deep frying. Who's knows? You can tell them that you can tell them whatever you want when you leave them a voicemail. Literally, you can say anything. Darlene, are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Amber, who's Fetterman? Genuinely asking. State senator for the state of Pennsylvania. One of two. Judah says, I'm proud of myself. I accepted to do a call and it turned out ridiculously positive. Amazing. Good. That's great. I'm glad that your phone experience was not a complete tragedy. The verbally spicy stage baker says, yes, that's also correct. Joe, welcome in. Yeah, I think this is probably enough right here. Let me get a little bit of salt. Hold on. Added some sour cream. Add about half again. I measured the first time, but now we're measuring with our heart. Our rules, welcome in. It is a great idea. The squeezable sour cream containers are my favorite. These are the best. They stay fresh for so much longer than regular sour cream because they have no contact with the air. They're just like suspended animation sour cream. All right, a little bit more lime juice in here. I've just got like this thing of limes that I'm kind of working through. The complete phone tragedies happened before. Yeah. I'm a big phone caller. Judah says, I work in a field where people usually only call when in a total rage. I feel like I've definitely had that experience for a long part of my professional life where like If my phone rings, it's someone who's mad and needs something now, like right now. And sometimes they actually do, and sometimes they're full of it. And you don't know until you've had a conversation with them, and then by then it's like too late. And you're like, man, should not have done that. Squeezable guacamole is like, that sounds even better. That sounds kind of amazing. Squeezable guacamole. That means like you just have the bag of chips and like a tube of guac on the couch with you, right? So you just like chip, done. Kusno says, I should probably talk to my therapist about why I can make almost anything a sexual innuendo. Maybe next time. Yeah, don't ask them at the end though, because then they'll tell you to come again. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to play some words on stream. We'll be right back. On that note, if you're not a subscriber, you're going to get a quick ad here. It's going to be about 3 minutes long, and we're going to play a game of words on stream in between on Twitch. We'll BRB. You can always go subscribe on YouTube where there's no ads.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Let's handle the stuff in the sink. Again, I'm trying to stay on top of the dishes today. That's the goal. Trying to do the dishes before stream ends, so that at the end of stream, we have 0 dishes. But we can't ever have 0 dishes at the end of stream, because obviously the dishes that the food is in and all, but generally speaking, what I mean is I want to have no cooking remaining. That's the goal. Do we recycle these containers, the sour cream things? I think these can. I don't recall. I do not recall. All right, something. Man, that chipotle pepper really stains this plastic cutting board. I'll tell you what. That is not coming out. Guess it doesn't have to. Not really necessary. All right. We got one more game. One more game. Got a few minutes, it's a little under a minute left on this ad here. So we're getting there. All right. Dishes are done. Dishes are finished. Let's get some of these things put away. Mayo put away, bit of sour cream put away. All right, if you are on Twitch, you should be out of an ad break now. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry if that was a terrible turn of events for you to have to experience an ad. I want you to believe that it is not my preference that you experience an ad either, but it does happen. It does happen. Okay, we are going to take these chipotle peppers put them in a different container. And then we're going to put them in a different container than that, because the container I put them in is too small. Great. Remember when I was like, I'm going to do all the dishes? I'm just going to create more. Beautiful. There we go. That's better. All right. If you're playing words on stream, last guesses. This is the last guess here. We have a couple 4s, a 5. Still left to go. Not too bad. Good work if you can get it. Alrighty. Very nice. Come on back over to the counter here, where I've attempted to repackage this pepper so I can put it in the refrigerator, and made a mess and a mockery of everything. So, you know. Did anybody pop in for the first time during the game? No, it does not appear. Does not appear for like it. We're talking about phone calls. What's the last phone call that you yourself made intentionally that was not to like your bank or something like that? Do y'all call places to get their hours? I like calling people to ask if they're open. Because, you know, when someone picks up the phone, you can pretty much infer the answer almost immediately. Just Judas says, I called my mom today. Always a good thing. Mick says, I called my Irish second dad to wish him happy hangover. I'm sure he was thrilled. See, I called my mom yesterday. It was her birthday. Politics aside, because I do that often enough. Calling my mom yesterday was the most recent phone call I made. Okay. That can go out. We are at the stage of stream where I am going to make the batter, and I'm going to soak the fish, I think, in milk, because that is sort of one of the steps. Not sort of, that is one of the steps. I'm going to make the batter. I'm going to soak the fish. Then we'll do the tortillas. We'll press the tortillas and fry them. That should go pretty quick because I have a tortilla press, and I'm going to use the griddle back here, and that'll be pretty straightforward and easy. Once that's done, we're going to be ready for the frying. Because I've made... No, that's not true. I have a little bit of cabbage to prep. I want to prep some cabbage. I just want a little red cabbage on top of here. Jane says I called to schedule nail appointments. Yeah. I have to do that too because the place that I go to doesn't have any reservation system. I actually, honestly, when I make an appointment to get my nails done, I usually walk into the place because they don't pick up the phone. Mick says I call the bulk barn to see if they have a thing in stock. But yeah, calling for in stock things. Definitely one of those like, you want to talk to a human. He was on painkillers, Juno. I bet that was it. I bet that was a riot. Whose note says I talk on the phone with a friend for like 7 hours. That's great. That's great. I love calling friends. I love having friends who are phone callers. I have a few who don't live close to me, so it's nice because they're like happily willing to like get on the phone. Yeah, kind of cool. I want to shred this, so maybe I'm just going to cut this kind of like an onion and then slice it real thin across ways. I'm going to keep the other half of that because I don't really need I don't need that much cabbage. I don't need a whole half of a cabbage. I don't need a whole cabbage, even a small one like this. Jane says, I called a new friend I met on Bumble BFF and chatted. That was scary. You know what? That seems like a better, like, first friend date than trying to, like, find a time to meet up, right? You're both just, like, around your house and you're like, cool. If I can talk to this person on the phone, then I can talk to them in real life. Dan says, I called my apartment manager to tell her about my new neighbors fighting all night. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That is super frustrating thing to have to deal with. Judith says, I tried calling Japan Airlines for hours without success. They hate calls as much as I do. Yeah. I'm the type of person that ends up just like yelling operator into the phone or pressing 0 until someone picks up. Discord calls absolutely count, Judo. Yeah, voice, anything where you're on, where you're talking to somebody with your voice is what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter the media, the format. It could be Zoom, it could be Discord. But that sort of like, that voice communication. You hear inflection. I'm not even talking about visual. Like you just hear somebody's how they're saying their words. I think that is what I mean. Mick says, please email me or text me first. I don't mind calls, but I can get a drink and snack and make space. Yeah. Appointments. Make a phone call. You can make a call, like an appointment to have a phone call with somebody. I do that with my friends. Be like, hey, you got time tonight for a phone call? Like maybe 7 p.m.? They're like, yeah. And then, we get ready. We have everything set up. I got my snacks. I got my drink. I know where I'm sitting. I know I've been thinking about them that day, and I kind of know what I want to talk about, or like I want, I remember. I think back to the last time we talked. I can I can get ready. Getting ready is important. John, welcome in. I talk enough on stream, and I don't need to talk to people more offline. That's valid. I know you're being glib about it, but I feel like that's stream is obviously a little bit different. I'm the only one talking in this particular capacity. October Camille, welcome in. Hi. There's a lot that don't allow you to access a human. I find that the longer you stay on hold, though, if you just stay on the line, they'll either connect you with somebody or they'll hang up. But yeah, appointment calls are what's up. Language exchange apps, we talk to native speakers, and it's exhausting. That's super cool. That's really fascinating because you're not there for like social. It's more like that feels very transactional, where you're like, can we talk about the weather? I've been studying the weather. Or can we talk about like whatever aspect of the language you've been connecting with more recently? That sounds like it could be fun. All right, cabbage. Said I wanted to cut the cabbage up. There it is. Let's do the batter for the fish now. Actually, no. I'm going to cut up the fish and get those prepped. Then I'm going to do the batter, because the batter has to rest for a little bit. While the batter is resting, we'll make the tortillas. When the tortillas are done, I'll be ready for like frying the fish. I'll have the batter done, and we'll be ready. We'll be ready to go. Uncommon says, I have a friend that if he calls, it means I better have a good 2 hours to talk. And it's part of I think for me, part of like being friends with that person would mean me telling them, hey, if you want to talk for longer than I have right now, like we gotta set up some time to do this, Judo, just talking to strangers though it does sound fun. It sounds like a very low stakes scenario. Who's Nose says, one thing about me is I do not shut up, so phone calls can go on forever unless I have a crush that I cannot form words. Valid, relatable, and I feel like I'm the type of person that could also talk forever. Text, welcome in. More food and drink Sunday collab soon, if you're interested. I might be. I'm not going to commit to anything while I'm live, because I don't have like a calendar in front of me, generally. But that is cool. I'm glad there's a lot of folks in the food and drink community who are interested in doing like collaborative stuff like that. I find it hard to have the time to do it, but I appreciate that there's that level of engagement happening within folks within the community. Fish. So I have 2 fish fillets. I don't think I'm going to use both of them. They're big. So we're going to cut one up and see how that goes. And then we'll do the other one if needed. It's annoying because often it gets stuck at conversation to introduce yourself and then sure. Well, that's what I was thinking, Judo, where if you're doing language exchange, you could just be like, hey, here's what I've been studying recently. Can we just like talk about, I don't know, whatever topic specific thing has been in your like learning queue? Because a lot of those apps have that, right? Where it's like, you know, this section, this lesson is on blah blah blah. Would it be weird to ask the other person in a language exchange scenario to do that, to like focus on a specific topic? I feel like if someone was trying to learn English and they were like, hey, can you talk about like cities and architecture or something, I would be able to do that. I would be able to like link to those topics specifically, if asked. All right. Here is this cod. And again, like I said, I had 2 fillets here. So here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Because I'm going to freeze one of these right now, kind of regardless of whether or not I cut it up. I'm going to get out a sheet pan. No, I don't want to use that. This fits in the freezer easier than the other one. And I'm going to put that on a piece of not parchment paper because I don't have any more parchment paper. Let's just put that on a piece of plastic wrap in the fridge here. Whose knows? Calling him out. I see it. I see it. You make a voice channel and hope for natives to join or join others. The topic is not up to you. Okay, I was thinking in like a one-to-one situation, if you like having a call with someone specific, that it might not be untoward to like just ask them to stay or to focus on something that you're learning. All right, so yeah, we're just going to do one piece of cod because this is one piece, and maybe let's see how this turns out. So hold on. First off, let me cut this fillet down the middle, and I'm just cutting this like crosswise here. I should have rinsed this knife off. There's some like red cabbage getting stuck on here. That's okay. But yeah, these are good looking little pieces. I think, yeah, this is going to be fine just with one piece of fish. Because like 2 of these is one taco, essentially. So if I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 17, 18, 19, You know what I'm going to do? I am going to take just a couple pieces of this other cod here. I'm going to take like half of that tail. I'm just going to take the thin part off of here. And we'll use the rest of that. And then I have like one big cod fillet. Okay, perfect. So these look good. We'll get that. That fish is prepped. I'm gonna prep my batter. I'll wash my hands first. Prep my batter. Put that fish in the freezer. And I think I want to put this just you in the freezer. And then I'm going to just dump this off the cutting board into a different vessel. No, I want my tortillas in there. I want to put this in, put these in full. I just don't want these on my wooden cutting boards to sit there the whole time, right? Italki. I've never heard of that Uncommon. Is that another sort of like language sharing app? Why is your cod so much bigger? I don't know. I mean, I got it at Reading Terminal. It was, I didn't realize how big those fillets were when I asked for two of them, if I'm being honest. I thought they were half the size they were. So I didn't intend on getting a large volume, but I did. And that's okay. Like I said, I'll just the person like pulled out one fillet and then pulled out a second one right on top of it, and I was like, okay, I'll take two. And they're like, do you not want two anymore? And I was like, no, I do. I didn't, but I couldn't like say no at that point because I felt bad, as happens. If you're the type of person who is a people pleaser, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Just judo cod and lemon rice. Sounds great. Some herbs in that. Fall Guys, welcome in. It is another language sharing app. Okay. I'm obviously not familiar with it, but if it works for you, that's a good thing. What do I know about big cod? What you know about big cod? How to cut it down and make it into serving size portions. There was just fish on this counter, so we're gonna give this a little Clorox wipe before we do anything else. Pause. Am I doing anything with the timer? No, I'm not. Okay. All right. Washing hands again. For this time, I'm just rinsing them off. I just have a Clorox wipe on them. And now I'm going to make the batter, which is pretty straightforward. I'm going to do that in a bowl. I feel like I need to I feel like I might need to have doubled this batter. I don't remember if I doubled it last time or not, but like, I'm going to make one, and then if it's not enough, we're going to make more, right? Big Cod doesn't want us going to the local fishmongers, keeping us in the supermarket. Nah, Big Cod. Big Cod wants you to buy from... I don't know. I was going to say... I don't even know what I was going to say. I don't know what the end of that sentence was. So we're going to move along and pretend like it didn't happen. And I'm going to spiral about it internally for like the next like 45 seconds until I think of something better to say. All right. Cup of flour. 1 cup of flour is 142 grams. This is not really that exact. 2 tablespoons of cornstarch. 1 tablespoon is 8 grams. That's a teaspoon. So we're just going to put 16 grams in here and we'll call it a mix. 15, 16. Great. A teaspoon of baking powder. Here we go. Keep saying Big Cod. Oh no. See, I thought you were going to forget. Damn. Big Cod? Big Cod. Did you all know that woodchucks and groundhogs are the same thing? I did. In fact, I think I did know that. Is that a regional difference? I feel like that's a regional difference between those two. 1 cup of beer and 1 egg. 1 egg. I got beer today. I went out and purchased it in individual little cans. I went into like this just corner place that has like beer, and it's like, do y'all sell cans, like individual cans? And the guy's like, only in pounders. And I was like, all right, that's fine. And I was like, do you have any NA stuff too? And he was like, nah, dude. And I was like, what? Okay. Like that was literally his response. It was like, nah, dude. And I was like, I must have had a look on my face. And he was like, yeah, we only do that shit for dry January. And I was like, all right. Cool. Thanks. It was just like a funny reaction. He was like incensed by the fact that I asked for an NA. It's fine. Now I know. And they did have beer, so that's what I wanted. All right. I'm gonna get my mix together. Okay. Do you want half of a pale ale? Okay. Because I have this like alcoholic beer up here that I'm literally about to open and use some. Okay, bye. Yeah, got it. I just recalled that. Sorry. Oh, come here. I have a drink for him for after school. Bro! What? Here. You can be I'm not trying. Oh my God, I forgot that you were driving. I didn't mean to offer you beer. Here. Take that. Take these. Here. Hold on. You need a snack. You're picking him up after school. He's going to want to stay at the playground. Bring a snack. Okay, well, pick him up and provide him a snack. Here. Good job, Gwen. You get to be the hero today. Obnoxious. I didn't say noxious. I said obnoxious. Farts are noxious. I definitely just offered Gwen a beer, and she's like driving to pitch off. And she was like, I'm driving. What do you mean? Oh. What am I making? Tacos or no? Yes, we are. The title is in reference to all those folks on Tinder who are like, tacos, love them. Shut up. You can love tacos without making it your personality. Put something more interesting in your profile. I'll die on that hill. 1 cup of beer is one cup is 8 ounces is 237. Anyway, 8 ounces of beer. Who's driving with the beer? Nobody. Hopefully, I forgot she was driving. Uncommon. My favorite riddle. My favorite riddle. 8 ounces. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ounces of beer. Great. Broccoli, welcome in. Jamie, hello. Woodchuck, here's a note, says, Woodchuck is derived from a native tribal word. As for groundhog, IDK. I don't know why some say one and some say the other. Yeah, I mean, groundhog is basically just like, what's that thing? Oh, that's the little hog on the ground over there, and now we've got a groundhog, and forever, you know? Kind of funny. Jeff, hello. I came into some hot takes on Tinder profiles. Yeah, well, I was basically, I mean, my take is like, tacos aren't a personality. It's a hard no for me. Among many other hard no's. Like, if that's what it says, like, I like tacos too, but like, you're more interesting than that, I promise. And if you're not, it's kind of, I don't want to make it my problem. And it would be my problem. Eventually. All right, we're going to do half again, the amount of batter, and just in case. Because, like, there's no problem with me adding, you know, I can add more now, but, like, I don't want to have to remake this later. And if I have to throw out a little bit at the end that's left, it's kind of okay, right? Like, it's fine. It's fine. But we're only going to do half. So a half of a cup of flour is 142 divided by 2, 50, 71. 71 grams. 71 grams of flour. 40, 50, 62, 68, 69. Nice. 71. We did it. Uncommon says, I feel the same way about other things people feel like they need to make their personality. Yeah, like, they're not meteorologists. No. Some of them are astrologists, though. Listen, friends, if you're chatting with somebody on one of the dating apps and they're casually just like, hey, what's your birthday? What time of the day were you born? Don't answer them. You're done. It's over. They have more knowledge than you. Boris says, if groundhogs are hogs on the ground and hedgehogs are hogs on the hedge, what are warthogs? A plague. That could very much be a part of Taco Tuesday cult. That would be a personality. Yeah. To be fair, listen, if it's a whole bigger thing and you're like, you know, if it's part of a larger macro personality that you're cultivating, go for it. Go for it. Connect for cup of flour, 1 tablespoon of cornstarch, tablespoon, 8 grams. Let's make sure we just have 8 grams in here. 6, 7, 8 grams. That was good, but it didn't feel like a full tablespoon. There we go. And a half a teaspoon of baking powder. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Jane says, I'm in the Pacific Northwest, and every profile is all about loving hiking and coffee, right? I like hiking, but it seems so unoriginal. Yeah, like, is coffee a personality? Yeah, no. Like, I don't mean to be mean, but like being sober is something that you could put in your profile. Because that tells me other information. Everyone likes tacos. Yeah. Other red flags include things like, I don't know how to fill this out. Just ask. No. Next. Judo says, oh God, imagine dating people. I know. Imagine. The people are the worst. Half a cup of beer is 4 ounces. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it also, since I can't do half an egg, I'm just going to put a very small egg in there. Who's No says groundhog was a translation of the Dutch word for aardvark. See, we're answering the important questions here. Because that's kind of funny. Boris says I've read my own natal chart before. I know what day I was born. I know what time I was born, but I'm not going to give that information to someone on the internet. Generally speaking. Love having a great time. Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't. I hate fun. Like, yeah, that. I can't think of anything to say. Just ask. What are some of the other tropes? No profile at all is also just like an immediate no. Christo says I'm 30, never been on a date, and truly it seems exhausting. Depends what you're doing it for. Depends why you're dating. If you're dating for escalation, it's frustrating. If you're dating for fun, this is different. Unless you're a Karen, you can let me know ahead of time. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, Uncommon. They'll let you know. They're not going to say it, but you'll know. If you do it enough, you'll know. I'd love to see a profile that says, I hate fun. I mean, there was one the other day that included in the interest section, saving the pasta water. Literally, it was someone who's just like little tag said, saving the pasta water. And I was like, oh, are we in a relationship now? This is probably the best interest I've ever seen. I'm 6 foot, if that matters. Yeah, I don't care about your height either. I don't want to know your height. I'm definitely not telling you mine. I'll tell you guys. I'll tell y'all, but like, don't tell anybody. I'm 6'3". No, I'm not. All right, batter is made. Dressing is made. Dressing, this is batter. This is a batter. We're going to put this in the fridge. This is ready to go now. So our fish is ready. The only thing I have to do with the fish is coat it in rice flour before I put it in the batter. But we'll dredge it in the rice flour well in advance. Or not well in advance. We'll dredge it in the rice flour right before putting it in the fry. To be fried, the fryer, the deep fryer. The deep fryer. We should heat our oil. That's what we should do. I'm going to put this beer in the fridge because maybe Gwen will drink this later when she's not, getting in a car to pick up our child. I can't believe I offered Gwen a fucking beer to drive to pick up Alan. I'm the worst. I have a vague idea from when you stand next to the fridge. Well, in this view, I'm taller than the fridge, but if I take a step backward, and this is not a tall fridge, my license says I'm 5'4", I think. I think my doctor told me 5'6" at one point, and I was like, what? My worldview is shattered and wrong. There have been several occasions, Who's Nose says, where I've told men that I'm 6'3" and they can't believe it. And they believe that I'm trans, which I am not. It's, yeah, men are dumb. My male partner deliberately put his height shorter than he was so he would never match with someone who only looked at height. I can get down with that. I think if someone is like, hey, how tall are you? It's just like an instant like ick factor to me. When the profile says they hate people, right? They include very specific details about who they are looking for based on looks and personality. I always wonder who they base those qualities on. Right, the person in their head who's their ideal partner who they can control. That's who. So many tall divas. I am I'm not. I'm comfortable with my height. I'm not sure what I am in US sizing. I'm not sure what I am in US sizing. Because it really doesn't matter. It really is very variable. All right, hold on. Salsa, we did. We made the dough. We made the cabbage. We made the crema. We did the batter. Oh, I wanted to soak the fish in some milk. I bought milk today. That's what I wanted to do. Right. Okay. I'm like, the fish is in a bowl. Why did I put the fish in a bowl? Why did my brain tell me to put the fish in a bowl? Because I wanted to put milk on top of it, so that it takes a little bit of the fishy taste out of it. So we're gonna just, we're not measuring. We're just gonna like use a little bit of actual whole milk. Yeah, we need the actual like little bit of whole milk. Uncommon says, when I was measured in the past, I was measured at 5'5". So the last time I went and they told me I was 5'6", I took that half inch. Yeah, hell yeah, take that half inch. You got to. Nick says, when my legs aren't broken, I can put you on my shoulders at the concert. Aw, thank you. I would love that. I've never been on someone's shoulders at a concert. Sometimes we all just want to be the small one, right? Who doesn't? Jeff says I have a preference for tall guys, but it's certainly never a deal breaker. Yeah, and I think height for me is not as much of a factor, generally speaking. I think I get weird if someone cares about height. I otherwise like am not gonna care. I'm like, why do you care? Why do you care whether I'm shorter or taller than you? But again, I think it does go back to the whole like sometimes you just want to feel small, and sometimes you want to feel like held and protected. There's like a protection factor for some folks. Boris says my ID says I'm 5'7", 5'8". You're probably taller than I am now. If either one of those is true, you're taller than I am. Mick says I kicked P-Dog out of the house and didn't talk to him for 3 days when I realized he was half an inch taller than me because the trauma's traumatized and I'd prefer to date the shorts. Be like, listen, friend, you just gotta kind of squat a little bit. It's okay. I can be taller or shorter. Just pull your shoulders back and you gain like 2 inches of height. Yeah, feeling small. Just to like, everyone wants to be the little spoon sometimes. It's comforting. It is comforting to feel that. You don't always want to be the one who's like bigger. Sorry to all of my 6-foot+ friends who've identified themselves so recently in chat. Before we do the tortillas, I'm going to start the oil on here so that my oil comes up to temp. I'm not going to get it ripping hot right away because I'm not going to use it immediately, but I am going to put it on this simmer burner in the back and just get it moving. Right? Of height, clarification. I think we knew what we were talking about, but the clarification is always important. All right. We're going to go ahead and use the Andrew Laser Memorial Deep Fry pot here. All right. That was way more oil in that container than I thought was in there. I'm going to add just a little bit more to that. And then we'll be good to go. All right. That's good. So my oil's on the stove. We're getting up to temperature. Yeah, we're getting up to temperature. Online quiz here for Zach's channel. Not sure how innuendos go around here, but there's one about length in there somewhere. There sure is. We love innuendos. Innuendos are good. Welcome in. You chatted before. I didn't actually say hi. Oil time. I know. Drill, baby, drill. Who's this says, I don't wear heels often, but I do sometimes be more intimidating. And that is good. If men are intimidated by your heels, they're not the one. For anyone, really, but for you specifically. You should not be intimidated by someone who's taller than you. That shows... That tells me that you're a little insecure. Who hurt you? Look. Here's our tacos. All of them at once. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm not actually kidding. This is all of the tacos at once, but we're gonna make them in a smaller capacity. All right, I need 1.5 ounce balls from here. And let me get my tortilla press out. We're gonna get the tortilla press out. We're gonna put a bit of wax paper. Oh, shoot. No, we're not. I don't have any wax paper. That's okay. We're gonna use a plastic bag. Going over it again in my head. We used the plastic bag last time. That's what's expected. So we're just going to do that again. Okay, cool. It works. It works. Tortilla press. Simple. I'm going to turn on this griddle back here. So we're turning the griddle on. Going to get that up to a little hot temperature, and then I'll press some tortillas. Last time we did this, I used a used plastic bag and just cut this open. So we're going to do that again. We're going to every once in a while we get to sacrifice one of the plastic bags, right? The ball of tacos. It's exactly like the dough ball for the pasta the other day. I'm like, what happens if I just flatten this one ball and just cook one flat dough ball? What do we do then? We don't. We roll it out into pasta. But the thought experiment is fun. All right, we're gonna do okay. Just cutting the ends off of this. So we're just going to put the dough in between the plastic here. We're going to clamp it down. And then when we're done, I made a big fuss about not using the round tray earlier so I could use it for this, because this is like the perfect tortilla tray for finished tortillas. You can take a towel, a big towel, a crappy towel, put that in there, and then we're going to put the finished tortillas in here. We'll stack them on up, and then we'll pop them in the oven. I'm going to turn my oven back on, put the oven down to 170, which is warm, just like warm. 170 Fahrenheit is as low as my oven goes. And now we're going to take 1.5 gram balls out of this bowl, put them in here, put them on the griddle. Easy. You know what I actually want to do before I do that, though? Hold on. I'm going to turn my griddle down a little bit. I'd like to roll all of these at once. Now that I'm now that I'm considering this in my head, I want to actually roll the dough balls, roll these into dough balls first, because otherwise I am gonna probably get, it's like too much. Otherwise I'll get caught up and not, um, I want to be able to get into the flow of pressing, cooking, and finishing. And if I don't, if I have to roll in that, it's going to be annoying. So let's just roll these now. 1.5 ounce balls. 1.5, an easy number. All right. Once these, this part should go pretty quickly. So if you're only doing one thing at once, it tends to go faster. And I left my griddle on. I turned it down just a little bit so it doesn't start smoking behind me. It's been known to do that before. All right. I feel like this is, oh, no. Maybe I'm just, I was gonna say, I feel like there is less dough here than there was last time, but like that's a quantifiably not true because I made the exact same recipe. So like, there's no way that that's true. I think maybe optically I'm just looking at it and being like, oh, maybe that made less than I thought. I don't know. I'm going to get to the end of this and be like, damn, that was a lot more dough than I thought. So it goes. For y'all hanging out today, thanks for being here a little earlier. For those who were in stream earlier today, we started a little earlier today. Started just after 13:30 Eastern, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. A little earlier for me. I'm trying to do. I had some thoughts around scheduling, and I'm considering doing a more set schedule that's just Tuesdays and Thursdays, but a little bit longer each of those days. So like today, where I started at 1:30, maybe I go a little longer. Not longer. I'm considering starting earlier, not finishing later, and doing more of a like Tuesday, Thursday, plus maybe one additional IRL. Maybe not every week, but like every other week. Trying to think about consistency and staying consistent in the schedule. Because that helps for me too, not just for like stream. People, every best practice that's out there about like how to be a good streamer is like be consistent in your schedule. And like, but I kind of need that for my own self. I like that for my own self. So something I'm considering. I don't know why I brought that up in this exact moment, but just like it's been on my mind. So it came out my mouth. And that's the schedule we're having this week. So today started a little bit earlier, finishing roughly regular time. I mean, it's 17:50 right now. I thought when I started stream today, I thought I would be finished by this point. I was worried about moving too quickly. I should really just never ever worry about that, right? Like I think that at this point that's kind of silly. Anyway, yeah, that's the schedule for this week. Thursday, we're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff with pistachios. I just recently learned that I'm not allergic to pistachios, which is like amazing. Not that pistachios are like the best nut on earth, but they're brand new to me. And so we're going to do a bunch of stuff on Thursday. So Thursday, we are going to start the same time, a little earlier. Thursday, I think might be 13:30 is my projected start time. And yeah, we're not gonna do an IRL this week. I know I like said that. I was like, maybe we'll do an IRL. We're not, because I got shit to do. Because I got other stuff that I'm doing. This week is a busy one. When we get to the end of this week, it's going to be a busy one. Early part of this week is actually super relaxing, so I'm taking a little bit of a nice break, or not break, but I'm letting myself mentally have the earlier part of the week in a relaxed scenario. All right. Tortillas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 tortillas. It's pretty good. I mean, 14 tacos, nothing to sneeze at. That's a good amount of tacos. Wash my hands here. So we're going to do these tortillas now. Rubbing my hands because I got masa all over them. Wet tortilla dough. All right. So we're going to roll a couple of these. We're going to have a break basically at the top of the hour. So I'm going to roll a few of these, and then we'll probably so you know what? Let's take a quick break now. Let's take a quick break now so I don't get interrupted in the middle of this, and we'll be able to see all of it. And then we'll also get to the deep frying in the next segment. I'm 2-ish inches shorter than you. I have a 37.25 inseam. I wear my inseam in US is, if you got a 29, I'll take it. If you know much about US based clothing, 29 means you are shorty, which I am, and I own it. All right, we're gonna play a quick game of words on stream. I'll be back in just a few minutes. When we come back, we're gonna make these tortillas, we're gonna fry them, and then we're going to deep fry some fish. Okay, here comes a quick game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute advertisement on the Twitch platform. If you're on YouTube, you're not going to get an ad. If you're not on YouTube, there's some links in chat for you to subscribe there. Please go. Please do. We'll be back in just a moment. And
welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Triage. Sync triage. Go, go, go. Again, we want to keep the sink clear. The whole goal of today. There's nothing in the sink at the end of the stream. All right. Given how nice it is in Philly today, Gwen just went to pick up Calvin. They might not be back. I might have to call them to come back before dinner, or so that when dinner is ready, because it is beautiful. And after school, on orchestra days, which is today, Calvin likes to stay after and stay at the playgrounds, especially now that it's getting nice out and the light is holding out for longer. This is the second time I've washed this cutting board during this stream. Great. How exciting. Not really that exciting. It's kind of boring, if I'm being honest, but whatever. I made you some content. Very nice. You get one more. Good job. I'm going to go ahead while I'm right here. Whew, my griddle is hot. I just dropped a little water on it and it danced. Beautiful. Okay. And the dishes for that round are done. Dishes are finished. Dishwasher's loaded. I'm even going to put these couple knives away. Oh, weird. Right. Look at that timing. Perfect. Right as our ad ended, we finished that game of Words on Stream. Good job. Great timing. Y'all have good timing. Hey, computer, we can't open that program. That's not going to work. Don't open that. That's going to cause everything to crash. No, we don't want it. Don't want it. Okay, we got it. Good. We figured it out. True Caretaker, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Belly Flops, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. I hope everyone's having the Tuesday that you hoped you were going to have. Because that's always nice when you're like doing the thing the way you want it to do. All right, we have some tortilla balls. We have a tortilla press, and we have a griddle on the stove that's going to griddle some tortillas for us. Let me move this camera. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to move this camera. One, we're going to set it up so that it is looking at the griddle. Two, pause. Oh, my brain doesn't like that. There we go. Y'all probably wouldn't know the difference, but I couldn't look at it at that angle because it would be like the wrong angle. My brain would be like, no, we don't like it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, good. Here we go. Tortilla. Let's set this shot up. How about we do shot? This angle, would that work? Still working on a sourdough starter. They're always they're like a constant work in progress, right? Sourdough starters. I feel like there's just always work to be done. All right, here we go. One, press. Two. So we're gonna do a double press so that this gets the same on both sides. Now we have a little tortilla. Yeah, that looks good. Top paw. Pop that right on the griddle. Turning my griddle up just a little bit. And let's kind of... I'm going to test that one first. So what I'm doing with this one is just making sure that it is consistency is okay. Reminding myself, do I have to do anything to my griddle? No, I just need to... I need to like move this around when I put it on here. That's what I need to do. Okay. Um, Day 9. Dolene, 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 Dolene. It's a great name. Clearly, I support your sourdough starter naming. All right, that one looks good. It was sticking a little bit, but once it starts to cook through, it'll be less so. So let's get this next one. Let's get this next one ready to go. Teed up. This next one teed up. Because see, the thing is about using the griddle, you see, is that I can put more than one on there at once. Whereas with the cast iron pan that I usually use, I can't. It's not possible. There we go. All right. So, here's what we're doing. We'll put one on the back, and then we'll flip it and put it on the front. And then when they're done, we'll move them off. Easy enough. Easy enough, hopefully. I should have done the deep frying for this earlier in the day. Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like that might have been better so that I don't end up with a household that smells like deep frying, which like is gonna happen anyway because it's it's kind of how it goes. See, the tortilla press is great. I made them for a while without one. You don't need one. The thing with the tortilla press is it's not a necessity. However, it does absolutely make it easier. This one is puffy. Look at this guy. It definitely makes it easier. It makes it easier and more consistent with sizing. Okay, move down here a little bit. So this one's pressed. We're gonna get one more on the back. Darlene on YouTube. It is very close. You're not wrong. Jolene. All right, let's finish these. We have some on the griddle here. This one's puffy. You can see that. Looking good. This is looking like a pita almost. All right, that one looks finished. Finished with that one. This one can flip. So these need a little more time to cook. My griddle is not super hot right now. The deep frying aspect is going to take a little while, though. I need to look back at... I have a couple recipes that I use as like reference points for this. They're not necessarily following them exactly, but it does tell you like how long do you cook the fish for, that type of thing. Okay, turning this griddle up just a little bit because we are not cooking very fast here, and these should cook pretty quickly. Like they don't need to be flat. They're not like flash fried, but they are. There's not much to them. They're just dough. They are exceptionally simple to make. The tortilla press helps quite a bit because it is it's just consistent. I made these for a while using a glass and as like a rolling pin instead of using just like a rolling pin. You could obviously use a rolling pin for them. That would work too. But I used to make them with a glass, same methodology, just using like a plastic cover, and they're fine. But the tortilla press, it's funny because the tortilla press simplifies it to the point where I have to stop in the middle of it. I never had to stop before. I would like roll and flip stuff on the griddle, and then it would be oh no, I missed. Damn it. Okay, that one's just going to cook right where it is. Right where it is. But now I kind of have to wait, which is a good problem to have. When you're more efficient than you used to be, and you need to accommodate, that's a good thing. I also know that I need to press both sides of this thing now, because otherwise they don't come out evenly. All right. Tortillas, they're looking good here. I'm just shuffling them down to the bottom of my griddle as they cook little by little. And we're getting there. One of the fun things about making your own tortillas, or I think the most rewarding part, is that they are so good. They taste so fresh. They're very different than like the package tortilla wraps or taco shells that you get at the store. Like noticeably and clearly a different texture. These are beautiful. They have the dough rested for a while, so they're firm but pliable. They're sticking together, but they're pliable, meaning like you can move them and shape them. They're good for like wrapping up a taco. This griddle's nice. Turn my exhaust fan on, because the griddle is much larger than my pan, which I usually have historically used for these. Getting a little smoky over there on the stove as things progress. I'm worried that I'm going to snap the aluminum pin that's in this thing when I'm using it with like pressure. Yeah, these need to cook. They always need to cook for a little longer than I think they need to, also. Baker says, my press isn't the most sturdy thing, and I'm worried I'm going to snap that bugger one day. I know. I'm worried. This part, not worried about those. This little teeny aluminum pin that's in here, it's basically a tent peg, like a cheap aluminum tent peg. I'm like, I could absolutely see just smashing that and not even having it, like not being difficult. I could see it just smashing. All right, we're gonna pause for a second because my griddle's full. Okay, this one is finished. Has a little bit of like browning, but not a ton. So I want to kind of take it out before it's completely browned, or take it off. Not quite. Just moving these down the pan. Yeah, this one's starting to puff. I understand that some people will put something on top of here to press these down, continue to press them down. I don't know that I feel like that's necessary, but it would be helpful if you wanted them to brown quicker. No, we're almost there with these. I'm going to get all of these off the griddle before we start the next round, because I'm standing here and monitoring them, and they're close enough. These look good. These look good. What's my oil temperature doing? All right, we're at 270. Usually deep frying needs to be somewhere around 370. So we got a ways to go. I'm on my simmer. My oil is on my simmer burner right now. So there's like no, there's nothing behind that burner that's there. It's just like chugging along as slow and steady as you could get up to its hot temperature, which is what I wanted. I just wanted it to be warm enough that I didn't need to wait for like 15 minutes by the time we got to actually needing to use it. DJ Harley, welcome in. I'm eating my pesky store-bought carb-balanced tortilla while watching this. I don't want you to think that I was throwing shade on the store-bought tortillas, because I'm a fan of the Wegmans brand whole wheat tortillas myself. I always think that homemade tortillas are like nice if you can have them. You know what I mean? If I'm going to spend much of a day making like tacos, though, the tortillas are very important to do homemade. I think that's my take on it. I do love a fish taco that is salsa from a jar. Follow along. Salsa from a jar. Store-bought tortillas. Fish sticks, and a little bit of sour cream. Just plain sour cream. Maybe some hot sauce. That's also a good fish taco and requires nothing homemade. Homemade tortillas are nice if you have them. If not, store-bought is fine. See, it's exactly the like recipe style note that I would give to this process. You do not need a tortilla press. This is actually only the second time I've used a tortilla press on stream. What I used to do was have the tortillas on just the counter, and I would roll them with like a rolling pin, just like a regular rolling pin. Or I would roll them out with like a glass, like just roll them out. You roll it, basically you do everything that you do up to getting them into this form, into the form where they're just like in balls, right? And then you just hand roll them, which takes a lot longer. But in this scenario, like if I was hand rolling these, I would probably not stop rolling. Like I stopped pressing them to manage the grill. I would probably just have like, it just takes longer. That's all. But you can definitely do it by hand without a press. There's no need for a press. The only thing that you have to do differently than the press is make sure that they're even. Not circular, but like even thickness. Krishna says, I hate seafood, so when my family wanted fish tacos, I got chicken tenders. Also a great substitute. Yeah, you just throw the chicken tender in there. It's the exact same thing, right? You can use something heavy and press it down. You can. I found what worked really well for me was using a pan. So basically, I'll show you in a second. I'll I will show you what I used to do with these, with one of these last tortilla balls. No, I won't, because that would require me to get out some other things that I don't have out currently. But I'll show you up to a certain point. How's that? Okay, that round on the griddle is finished. So here's what I used to do with these without the press. Without the press, so we'll take the press off to the side. Same thing, right? One ball. You roll everything up into this point hasn't needed the press. So you do one ball, press like that. Then I would take something like this, like a nice like flat surface, and I would take it and just press like that. Now, sometimes that gets you right to where you need to be. This is still just a little bit thicker than a tortilla press. So I would take a flat glass. This one is, when I say flat, I mean flat sides. You could do this with a pint glass too. A pint glass would work. Your water bottle would work. Anything that has like a flat side. And you just kind of give it a little extra rolling out. Now, you can see with this one specifically that it is a little wonkier, not as round, but this is gonna fry up just the same. This is zero difference from using the press. It just took me longer, and it was not perfectly round. That's it. That's the only real difference. But see, like for this, you just 1, 2, done. Now this tortilla is also not as large, so you can't have as granular control of the size. But again, you really don't need one. I just got one to be fancy, but it's not a necessity at all for homemade tortillas. Baker, a cast iron pan works really well too. I liked the cutting board because it was just like flat. Anything with a round bottom that you can apply like a ton of pressure to will work for sure. Paloma, welcome in. Good day. And a good day to you. Yeah, anything you can get it flat is going to be great. We got a little teeny tortilla. But you know about a round bottom. Enough. All right. That's good though. Our tortillas are pressed. Feeling good. I'm going to take this plastic bag and put it in the tortilla press so that next time I get this out, it's there. And then I'll have to use another one. I can just use that same one. All right, come on over here to the stove for a second. Let's take a look at this. Oh, there we go. That one looks good. Flip. Flip. Yeah, that one's great. Then we got the mini one. The mini one's kind of fun. Flat bottom pans, you make the tortilla world sort of oblongish, but still mostly round. Yeah, and if you want them to brown better, you can always just press them into the pan like this. Like that works too. I just want them to be cooked through. I don't need them to be like burnt and browned. The tiny taco. Yeah, we'll make a tiny taco. It's like tapas. All right, tortillas are finished. So griddle is off. I'm confirming that the griddle is off. Here are our tortillas ready to go. I'm going to cover these back up so that they stay hot. And steamy. We want them to stay steamy. That's the goal. I don't want these to dry out. I want all of that steam that's in there to just like stay. So my oven's at 170. I'm going to pop those into the oven. I'm also going to take the griddle and move that off of my stove because it is hot. And it will remain hot. And I want to be able to use that space for putting the fish that comes out of the fryer. Okay, I'm going to move the deep frying pot closer in, onto the main burner of the stove that has enough heat to keep it at the temperature I want. While that is coming up to temperature, it's still about 50 degrees underneath of what I need it to be. It's at 310. It needs to be at about 370. So it's still got a little ways to go. But if I don't watch it, it'll creep up. It does get hot in a hurry. I'm going to leave my vent fan on. We're now at the part of stream where I am going to prep for deep frying. So that means I'm going to take a pan. I'm going to fit this into a pan here. This is going to be where the fish go at the end when they're finished frying. So I'm going to put that on the stove right there where my griddle so recently was. You get the spider. And you get tongs. No. Yes, these tongs. I want to get a plate. So I can just use the same plate that I had my dough balls on. And a towel for the oil drips. Okay, spider. Tongs. Timer. I don't need my scale anymore. Should be finished with that. I don't need those chopsticks anymore. I will need this. This is the dredge for the fish. Okay, so we are going to have we're going to have our dredge station over on this counter. Sorry, we're adjusting here. I need room for everything. I want to be able to dredge and then put directly into the oil. So I need my batter. I need my fish. Here it is. I need my batter. Here that is. And all right, I have salsa, crema, cabbage. I'm going to get out an avocado. Let me cut this avocado now before I get this started, because that way when I'm finished frying the fish, we're ready to eat. Like that's the goal. Batter looks good. It's a little thicker than it was before. That's ideal. It wasn't thin before, but it was warmer. All right. Cut this avocado. And slice it. This is just, Gwen does not like avocado, so this one is just for Calvin and I. Only going to slice up one of these because each taco is going to get like 2 pieces or something. And, you know, I can always slice up another one. Or this is the last prep thing before more cooking happens. Check the temperature of your oil. Oil temperature is at 330. Okay, so I do want to turn that up just a little bit. We're moving in. Ava, what did you just realize? I ask. I haven't bought an avocado in like 6 months. Is that weird for you? Do you feel unsettled knowing this knowledge now, or is this just like a meh kind of situation? That would be weird if I went through a couple months and didn't buy an avocado. It would be strange to me. I wouldn't think about it in the moment, but that would be like, yeah, it's been a while. Calvin likes them. He'll eat an avocado. He'll just slice an avocado and put salt on it for breakfast. Like that's just like an okay breakfast for him. He's into that. So I don't really complain. Does she think avocados is slimy? I don't know. Just doesn't like them. It's not. Like yes, all of the above. It's probably a textural thing, probably a taste thing. I'm not sure why she doesn't like avocados, but I know that she doesn't, and I'm not gonna like force her to like. You can't force somebody to like avocados. We'll put a little lime juice on here to keep them from browning. And then we'll just pop those in the fridge with the other stuff. Ready to go at the end. It's just a thing. I don't know. Just not a like, just personal preference. I'm offended. Who knows? You buy avocados every single time? I go in and out. I love them, but I don't eat them as much as Calvin does. Sofa says, I think that avocado tastes like the way a freshly mowed lawn smells. That is a take. I can appreciate that. That's pretty funny. Yeah, trying to find the good ones is hard. I bought these yesterday, and I got the ones that were squishy already because I wanted to eat them today. They are something that can be put in the oven, or not in the oven. I guess you can put them in the oven. In the refrigerator. I guess I didn't realize that after your avocados are ripe, that if you pop them in the refrigerator, they just kind of stay that way in stasis for like a little while. Like, it's been my experience that they're good in the refrigerator for like a week after they've ripened on the counter. So that knowledge was helpful because I felt like I could sort of like buy avocados and then not have them go to waste. I keep mine in the fridge. Yeah, belly flops. I did not mean the oven. But I suppose you could put them in the oven. I mean, you could store them in the oven while it's off to ripen. Don't turn it on. So if you've never had matcha, matcha is great. Matcha has a ton of caffeine in it, and if you're like sensitive to it, it can be surprising because you're like, oh, it's tea. Like, no, it's like jet fuel. You keep them in the fridge until you want them to ripen. That's smart. You're taking the opposite approach. I like that idea. Probably a better idea. I just want, like, when I want one, I want it like right away. So it then becomes like, oh, it's not ripe. But I guess it doesn't matter all that much. What's the problem if you can't wait a day or two? All right, we're going to use these tonight for serving, by the way. I forgot. I didn't forget that we had these, but like, I always love the chance to break out the little plastic baskets with tacos or hot dogs or burgers or sandwiches or whatever in them. They're super fun. They make dinner fun. And that's kind of the point. You gotta, should be fun. Okay. Oil temperature is at 360. I want to drop that way down right now so that we don't get too far. Who's Nose said, did y'all ever see that TikTok where the woman says the avocado tastes like a clean penis? She definitely said dick. No, I did not. I don't have TikTok, so I don't generally run into things like that. But hey, I mean, you know, if that's your experience. Making dinner fun since 1975. Joe, you... 75? What do I look like? 84. Please. Please. Oh, please. How are they price-wise in the U.S.? Around $2 for one. And yeah, belly flops. I would say roughly similar. Let's say roughly similar. I picked a random year. Oh, I'm not mad. I'm not actually mad. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're not offending me. I'll let you know when I'm offended. You'll know. You'll know. The W-shaped things for tacos that'll have 2 or 3 at a time. I like those. Those are fun. Those are like the restaurant-y sort of service. Service things, which I love anytime you can have like a fun little thing to serve in. I think that that's so, it makes it interesting and special, I think. Did you look at 15 years, my junior? I don't look like this when I get up in the morning. I'll say that. In the morning is when I'm like, oh yeah. We're gonna do something about that. I'm dipping these right now, so I'm prepping all this fish in the in a pre-dredge. So I'm putting this in a rice flour. I'm just like tossing it with a little rice flour, coating it on the outside, and then we're gonna put it on the tray. And then individual pieces, I'm just gonna deep fry. Where's my recipe? There's timing on this. Fish fried with vodka and beer batter. Okay. Cook until deep brown. Okay, this one is the deep frying one. Dip one fillet, coat it. Undersides of fillets are golden brown, or after 1 or 2 minutes, turn and brown the other sides. Okay, so we just need to cook this for somewhere between 1 to 3 minutes until it's golden brown. I've deep fried before. I feel like we can do this without too much direction. We check the oil temperature, make sure we're not shooting above. Okay, no, we're holding it 360. So in just a moment here, right when I'm about to finish these, I'll turn this up and we'll be able to get started basically right away. For a single mango, they're $3. Fruit prices, specifically grapes, are really expensive. I feel like I bought the avocados yesterday were like 3 for something. I think I wanted to say they were like 3 for 5, if I'm guessing. I have the receipt. I could look at it and give you a definitive answer. I save my receipts for many things, most things. I save all my food related receipts going back like a year or so. It's funny. My fingers, my 3 fingers are so, they're caked. They're like cakey and covered in flour because I'm only using 3 fingers to do the wet dry part. So they're just covered in flour. That's so funny. Oh my, I just realized that I didn't put any salt in this dredge, and that's where you're supposed to salt these things. So did I put any salt in the batter? No. I should probably put some salt in the batter. Do you think that'll ruin it? I don't know what it does when I put salt in the batter. Dolly Flop says, I'm trying to save my receipts now. Now and then I write my phone to see how much I spend on food in a month. As it's just me in the house. That's a good thing to keep track of. Good thing to keep track of. I don't know offhand exactly what I spend month to month. I know what we generally have budgeted, and often when I go back to look, I'm under that, so I don't like keep track of it that granularly. Christopher says, I'm not rich, so I just go with what's cheapest and delivers to me. Walmart produce isn't the best, but it's not like god awful, so always rinse your produce. Totally. Cheapest and what's available and like what works for you is the right type of food. Always and all the time. DJ Harley, this is cod. Cod. Today. Yeah, broccoli, I am going to salt them when they come out of the fryer. Definitely do that. I just forgot to put it in the dredge. And like right now, if I try to double these up, I'm not doing like an egg wash in between. So a lot of what you're doing when you're deep frying, the most common steps are like dip in flour, egg wash, dip in the batter, right? We're not doing that today. The first step, I need to wash my hands here. The first step was putting them in milk. Now I'm going to dip them in, I dipped them in the rice flour, but they're going to have a separate wet batter before getting deep fried. So there's no like second dip option. What I am going to do though is just sprinkle some salt on them on the tray right now, just like salt what's here. I'm reluctant to throw salt into the batter because that might change the cook of the thing if it's too salty. So we're just going to salt them on the tray, and then we'll put salt on top when they come out, and they'll be fine. There's salt in everything else. The salsa is salty, the avocados are salted, the tortillas have salt in them, and I didn't salt the cabbage, but like it's cabbage, so like it'll be okay. So Chase, that's why I'm not going to do the double dip today, just because there's no other liquid for the salt to stick to if I try to dip again. So that's my rationale. So Flip says, I wish I was good at using chopsticks. I've seen people using batter food. It is definitely something you can use them for, and I'm about to use them to work in the frying situation. Got groceries delivered yesterday, only to find out that I need shampoo, conditioner, and deodorant. Boo! I mean, not boo. Those are good things to have around the house. Boo that they were not. Boo that you forgot to get them. That stinks. Let's deep fry. Okay. Pause. Check oil temp. Nope. Got to turn that up. And up it goes. There it goes. I'm at 350 right now. So I'm going to wait for this to hit 370, which is like the temperature you're supposed to have it at. Then what we're going to do is this. Speaking of chopsticks, we're going to just drop like 2 or 3 pieces of fish in here. We're going to get the chopsticks, just poop 1, 2, 3 into the deep fryer. We're going to let those deep fry for a couple moments. We're going to pull them out with the spider. And then I'll salt them on the tray on the stove once they are out. Who's knows, says it gives me an excuse to do another order and get a few snacks. Maybe it was something inside that was telling you that you needed to do that anyway. Maybe that was it. Maybe your internal monologue was like, don't order everything. We really need to be able to do this again. Clearly, Gwen and Calvin have gone to the playground after school, because otherwise they would have been home an hour ago. That's good. Here's what's going to happen though. They're going to walk into the house and it's going to be like deep fry central in here, and it's going to stink and there's going to be smoke, and they're going to be like, oh my God, and everyone's going to complain. Complain, complain, complain. Which is fine, because you're allowed to complain when there is the scent of oil and smoke in the house. However, to try to combat that, I'm going to open a window. I'm going to take this little fan that lives underneath of my sink, and I'm going to put it in the window facing outward. I'm also, very importantly, going to turn it on. Okay, check my oil temp. I don't want to be above 370. All right, I'm not. Good. What happens is I forget, and then I mess it up, and then I look back, and all of a sudden my oil is at 700 degrees, and it's no bueno. All right, so fan is in the window. I put a fan in the window. I have my exhaust. I have my hood vent on. So hopefully this works out. Always snacking on therapy day. I can understand that completely. I feel like I am just snappy in general. Just like, in general. It's like a character trait. Let's put the coffee milk on the... There we go. All right, temperature check. 360. Close, very close. We're getting there. We're getting there. I want to keep this... I want to hit this when it's at 370 because that's like the right deep fry temperature. Any earlier, it's going to drop maybe too much. And then it won't be any good. So they are going to be hangry, so Fluff. You're right. You're right. Calvin had a field trip today, and he had a bag lunch. And I came downstairs this morning, and he had packed his lunch already. He like cut up some apples for himself. He made himself a sandwich. He put some cookies in a bag. So it was, I don't know how hungry he's going to be. Oh, here they are. Okay, let's start this process, shall we? Come on over to the stove. All right. Here we go. Do we like that view? Or do we like that view? I like that view. I kind of like that because you can see everything. I'm like literally looking at it on the screen. Yeah, that's a little... I like that better. I like that better than the overhead. Okay. Let's deep fry. I am going to start a timer. And away we go. It's 1, 2. Hello. 3. You like that? Good. All right, I'm streaming and I'm also deep frying, so like, be careful in entering the kitchen, okay? Beautiful. All right, these look great. They're separated and they're going. Okay. Great. Very cool. I want to hear all about it when we're eating dinner, okay? Love you too. All right. These are looking good. We're at about 1.5 minutes here. I could definitely put more in here than I did. So the next round, I think I'll put like 5 or 6 maybe. All right, around about 2 minutes. 2 minutes on these. Daisy, no. No. Don't give me the, oh. No, no. Gwen, there's hot oil over here. Don't encourage the dog to be over here. All right. I'll relook it. Almost there. But not quite golden enough. But they're moving. We're getting there. And my oil is at, yeah, okay. That's starting to get hotter now. So those little ones that I dropped in here were not quite enough to drop the temperature. This is now like, it's getting towards hot. So I just turned it down a little bit. Get some of those floaters out of here. Yeah, I just don't want Daisy right here because as I'm standing here, I'm getting splattered with oil. Like, this is not a good spot to be in. All right, that's 3 minutes. These look great. All right, we're gonna take these, put these up. I'm popping those right onto my pan, salting them immediately. Immediate. All right, those are great. Let's do some more. I put my chopsticks in the sink, so I got to get another round of chopsticks. But this will 2, 3, 4, 5, what did I say, 6 in this round? Let's do 6. So I'm going to turn this up again. Turn this back up. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. I'm just shaking these off. 4, 5, 6. Where's that last one? I know I put another one in here. Where are you? Had to fish around for it, literally. Right. These look good. How's my temp? Going well. Okay. Next round. We'll give these about 3 minutes. And then they'll be good. Oh, Soph, I'm sorry. When is your painting over? When do you, like, get to be finished? Do you have a deadline? Or is this just sort of like, when it's done, it's done? Not much you can do about a sore back except for lay on the floor and take a bunch of Advil, so I'm sorry to hear that. Ow. Yeah, you wear black on Deep Friday, because when you get splattered completely with oil, no, it doesn't show up. Actually, it does. It definitely does. My Twitch shirt that I have, I Deep Fried in, and it has a huge oil spot right on the front. All right, turning this down just a little bit because we're at 370 and it's looking spicy. Almost 2 minutes on these. And I say 2 minutes, like 2 minutes on the last one. So we do, I start the timer when I put the last one in, and then let the timer go to about 3 minutes and like 15, 20 seconds. But these are looking really nice as they are right now. No deadline, just the outdoors. Getting it in before you have to, before you want to be outside. Yeah, before you go out and ignore it for a few months, right? Well, this pizza salad is delicious. And also a great option for non-carb folks. For sure. All right, temperature's still at about 370. So we're right at the deep fry temp, and I have this at 4 out of 7. So these look good. Let's say these are pretty golden. About 3 minutes right now, so let's pull these out. Yeah, golden brown. I take these, salt them immediately. Days, back up. This is not for you, girly. I know you want to be over here. I know you smell food, but you cannot be up here. Okay? You can stay right there. You can stay right there if you want. That's close. You're close, but safe right there. All right, let's get the next round in here. I'm going to keep going. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's get those in there. Yeah, definitely watch the carbs. It's a good call. All right. 1, no. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anything else in there? No, let's do one more. One more in this round. 8. Okay. So I'll let those fry. Start my timer. Turns out I'm not using these tongs. I put those in red. Yeah, all these little like funnel cake pieces. I bet you would love those. That's probably true. Those little like tadpole looking leavings. Keep fishing those out. No, because otherwise they burn and they get all smoky when they burn. Oh, that's amazing that everything's working. That things are moving along and progressing in a good direction. Oh, wild bread. I've seen that. I saw that on the internet. For fun. Was it easy? I've seen it. I haven't seen any like information on like making it or any of that. It's just like I've seen the pictures of it. Right. We're at about 2 minutes of time here, which means some of these have been in here for like 3 minutes already. One of them has not. This next round, I think, is just going to be all sort of small pieces. 1, 2, 3. So I'm just going to take about half of what's left on my tray, and we're going to toss those in there. As we're about ready to pull these, almost 3 minutes. I'm going to give a couple of these a little longer. We have some bigger, some of the larger chunks that are on the tray or in this pot. So I'm at 3 minutes and 20 seconds right now. Okay, pull some of these. Salting. I'm salting everything as I'm taking it off pretty liberally, so because again, I didn't salt the fish directly before starting it. So we're gonna salt. And now we've got these last two are pretty big. It's about finished. These are still really bubbling though. The bubbles are water evaporating and moisture evaporating from the food. Once the bubbles stop, they don't have any more moisture in them. At least that's just my understanding. Okay. Next round. Here we go. Oh, my oil also dropped way down. Right, because I never turned it back up. All right, hold on. Let's turn this back up for like a minute before I put more fish in here. So if I drop all that fish in here, it's going to really drop the temp. And these aren't going to cook the right way. So in the interim, let's wipe the stove, all the grease off the stove, on the side of the pot here. Clean up for a second. This is basically for the cloud bread. You take some eggs and separate yolk from the whites, whip the egg whites into a meringue, fold the yolks back into the mixture, pour on parchment paper, and cook for 20 minutes. It's like a very bread-like tortilla. You can add cream or tartar for stability, and a lot of people add cream cheese or cottage cheese and spices, so it's not as bland. It sounds fascinating. It's an interesting process. The whipping egg whites is always a good note in a recipe. Like, all right, now this is going to be great. Okay. So the heat is climbing. I'm going to add pieces slowly here. And again, this is a batch of pretty small pieces. So these aren't going to be too taxing. These are like little ones. Just little folks. The teeny ones that were left over on the tray. Got about 2 batches worth of those. Get ready to start my timer here. And I definitely didn't need to make half again as much batter as I made. That was a lot. And definitely an unnecessary amount. But again, it's just beer and flour and like nothing that I am actually going to be worried about tossing at the end when I don't use all of it. All right, I'm going to take one of these from the first batch. I'm just going to try it. No, we're not. That's hot as hell. I couldn't even pick that up. It's still too hot. All right, this is the second to last batch in the pot right now. So we're going to finish this batch. We're going to finish this batch. As the last batch is frying, we're going to take a quick break. Whoa, well, camera's just like, let's go somewhere else. As the last batch is frying, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to clean up the sink and get ready to put some stuff on plates. So we're going to be doing that here very soon. And just a little heads up. Ninja bacon, you know you want to pop one. I know, I do. And I almost did, but I showed a very little bit of self-restraint and held onto it for a second first and was like, oh, wait, that is hot as hell. Can I get this hot? See these crispies out. Well, I didn't start a timer for these. I thought I did, but it's still at 0, so, oh well. I don't really need a timer. Once they're golden brown, we're done. Kind of nice how that works. Okay, almost there. What, Callie? I don't know. Kid's just walking up the steps with his iPad in his hand, saying words to me. I don't even know if he was talking to me. I could not hear anything he was saying. Now someone else is speaking. Who knows? All right, these look finished. I'm going to pop those onto the tray. These look pretty good. Fish nuggets. Okay. Let's do our last bit of fish. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pop this fish in. We're going to take a quick break to play some Words on Stream. When we come back from Words on Stream, we're going to take the fish out. And we're going to be done. While we're taking that quick break, I'm going to clean up my counter try to get ahead of the sync. I don't think I can do it at this point, but maybe. And I'm going to get ready to serve some food here in a second. So here we go. Last round into the oil. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a teeny tiny piece. That's going to fry in like 30 seconds. 5, 6. Almost there. Come on. Where's our last one? I know it's in there. There we go. Okay. All in. We'll take a quick ad break here. We'll be back. We'll play some words on stream. Wait, let's do that view, and then this, and then start a game of words, and we'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
And in the interim, we're going to try to get through these few dishes that are in the sink. I think we might be able to get it done. We'll see. I'm just going to let that stuff fry for a moment while we're doing this. Give you the stir, though. That I will do. Daisy, can you back up? Back up. Thank you. All right. Just about almost made that one. Almost made that one. One more. We got time for one more. I say almost made. I mean almost got all of the words, which is always impressive. And I, in an equally impressive feat, have done all of the dishes. They're finished. They are literally done. There are no dirty dishes that are not currently in use. Amazing. All right, and we're coming into the end here. So if our timer is any indication, that 3 minutes is up. We are finishing a game of words on the stream. Welcome back from your advertising break on Twitch. Thank you for your patience. I know it's not everybody's favorite to sit through ads, and you know what? You don't have to. You could subscribe, and then you won't get any ads. Wouldn't that be fun? You could also go with Twitch Turbo, and that would also take your ads away. Or you could just watch it on YouTube, because there's no ads on YouTube. Anyway, we're done here. We're not done stream, but we're finished with the deep frying. We're done. Everything's out of the pot. And here, a big old tray of fish. That was good. That is really good. Okay, let's put this in the oven along with the tortillas. Now we need to clean up just a little bit more. I did that while we were having a break, but now that we're finished the break, I actually want to clean up and get my stove not all messed up. Oh, sorry if you were looking at that camera. Yikes. Let's get this let's get this counter clear. Okay. The only thing in my sink right now is the spider and the thermometer, which were both just moments ago being used, so that makes sense. I'm going to move this pot all the way to the back and put the lid on it because it stinks like deep frying. But I will say, I think, and those who live here will correct me if and when I am wrong, as they do. But I think that the smell is not as bad in the house right now. I think the smell was fine. I think we did good by turning the fan on and having a fan in the window. Looks great. Dan asks, what do I do with the oil? We'll wait till the oil cools down and I will filter it. I'm going to filter it through a coffee filter. It takes a while. Like filtering it through a coffee filter takes an hour plus. But that's the first time that I used that oil to fry. So this is just fry oil. All of the, I have like a thing. Basically, I'm going to filter it, then I'm going to pour it back into this jug, and then the next time I deep fry, I'm going to use it again. I'll probably use it a couple of times. I don't like to have like one use, because I'm always just frying like fish or fries, or like it's never anything too complicated, and I'm not doing it in a high enough volume where it's going to ruin the oil for where I have to like stop using that oil. So that's what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to save it. But I'm going to leave it on the stove like this. Just like it's going to sit here until tomorrow morning, just like it is. Because it is hot. And can't do anything with it until it's cooled considerably. Got these little baskets. I love these little like fry baskets. Call them. Okay. Yeah. So we're at assembly. We're at assembly time. We have no more ads. Ads are over for the stream. and we have nothing else to cook. So we're ready to eat. Okay. Those are set. I know I'm going to want to take a picture of these, so let me get my cutting board out. I also want to have some limes on the side, so let's get a couple limes cut up, and then we'll be ready to go. So this is funny. This particular craving that I had this week was interesting because when I made fish tacos last was exactly a year ago. Like a year ago this week was the last time I did this. So this must be some sort of like seasonal affliction that I have where it gets to be mid-March and I'm like, you know what? St. Patrick's Day is coming up. You know what? I want fish tacos. But I only found that out when I went to look up what I did last time I made them. So like I keep a notebook of like, you know, my cooking notebook. And I remember I was like, oh, I have all these notes in there from before for like a good batter, for a, you know, kind of how to do that. And I was flipping back in the notebook and was like, oh, it's literally just 1 year ago. was when we did these before, which is kind of cool. I thought that was fun. An interesting little like note about the year. It was funny to come back around to it. But I made the same dredge. Like the batter was the same, the dredge was the same. I did a different salsa this time. Last time it was more traditional. Last time I also had green cabbage instead of red. So some subtle differences, of course. That last lime I'm just juicing into a glass so I can drink it. I don't know what we'll do with the other one. Eat it or not. I'll probably use it in like a mixed drink of some kind. A little NA treat for myself at some point. Okay. Those are ready. We're ready to plate here. Let's get everything out of the fridge that needs to come out. Have our salsa, cabbage, avocados, and crema. You know, I actually want to put a little more lime juice in here. The consistency of this, I know what I'll use that lime juice for. This. The consistency of this is very thick. And I want it to be a little more sauce-like. I'm going to add a little bit of lemon juice to this too. Just a little bit. I know I have like a teaspoon of lemon juice left in this container. So, okay, maybe a little more than a teaspoon. I lied. I didn't lie so much as I thought there was less. Okay, that looks good though. That's a little more liquidy. Basically, the way that it was, I couldn't like drizzle it. And I want to be able to do that. Yeah. Oh, has a little zing to it. It's good. Just testing everything again. Yes, salsa. This is. I always make this first because after it has some time to marinate in like all the citrus juice, it's so much better. So much better. All right, let's make some tacos. Oh, 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 oh. That's hot. Things in the oven are hot when the oven is warm. In a shocking turn of events. Okay, let's just do 2. Let's start with 2. That's the right amount. I know it is weird how that works. It's just like it's not hot enough to burn you, but it's not cool enough that it's like easy to hold. You kind of have to just be like Uncommon says the fish tacos at the restaurant I worked at with were pretty popular. Not quite as fancy. These are, I would not say these like, it's funny, these aren't like fancy tacos, but they just take, because I'm making everything at the start, because I'm making everything that goes in them, they feel a lot more fancy than they are, I think. To be fair, they're pretty fancy though. The little dinner baskets are like everything. I love them so much. I'm gonna add, so I added a little bit of the creme. I'm gonna add a little bit of this salsa in the bottom. I'm gonna have a couple pieces of fish. I'm not gonna take my tray out of the oven. I'm just gonna take the plate to the oven instead of bringing it out. And we'll just put like two good sized pieces of fish on each of these tacos. I think that's enough. I don't need to be too wild and kind of wild and free with these. I'm gonna add just another dop of salsa on top. Like a little, just a couple pieces of red cabbage. Again, this is like, you know, we're using a very little bit of each of these ingredients. They're not going too wild here. Tuck an avocado in the side. Add a lime wedge. Take a little bit of this. Now, if I was doing this for a professional situation, I would probably want to put this sauce into a squeeze bottle and use that, use a squeeze for this instead of doing like dollops, because the dollops look, they just don't look as good. They're not as camera friendly. But I don't really give a shit what it looks like, if I'm being real honest. So, you know, enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you have a good one. Hope you've had a good one, and continue to do so. So yours, Uncommon, were just the fish seasoned with taco seasoning, lettuce, tomato, and cheese. Yeah, that feels a little lacking. If I'm not, I think I'm on your side on this one. I'm like, kind of want that to be a little bit more robust, maybe. But here's our dinner tonight. Hold on. Let me take that one. Fish tacos. That's what they look like. I'll give you an overhead view. These are fish tacos from tonight. They are homemade tortillas with deep fried cod, beer battered cod for that matter. They have a sour cream, mayonnaise, citrus, chipotle dressing. They have a salsa made out of mango, roasted pineapple, roasted jalapeno, not cilantro, sorry, onion, parsley, garlic, salt, pepper, avocado, and a little bit of red cabbage on there. And that's our dinner. That's our dinner tonight. Tacos. I feel like I've only had fish tacos once and they were bad. Avo, that's a tragedy. If you can find it in yourself to rectify that at some point, I'd absolutely encourage you to do so because fish tacos are amazing. They're so good. Let me unhinge my jaw and we'll get going here. A guy doing things. Welcome in. Yeah, here. Hold on. Ooh, that's a beautiful cross section. There's no non-embarrassing way to like tilt your head to the side and unhinge your jaw and eat a taco. It sounds like bad execution. Because if you get a bad fish taco, it just means that it's bland. Like to me, that just means bland. Or the ingredients were bad. Like they didn't have the right quality or something like that. Maybe they just made maybe they made the crema out of like mayo and lemon juice. I don't like fish tacos that are not deep fried. I think that to me, a fish taco is like a deep fried nugget of fish meat. The ones that are the like pan fried or seared fish, they don't cut it for me at all. Like I'm disappointed when I eat those, no matter what. This one's good. That's what makes tacos a great first date. You mean the fact that when you eat them, it's just like kind of weird and obscene? And you kind of have to like get over the embarrassment. If you go to a taco place on a first date and the person agrees to go to a taco place and then they're like, don't get tacos, that's a red flag to me. And a lot of the places, a good taco place will often serve you 2 tortillas. And the smart consumer will only pick up the first one and will leave the second tortilla on the tray. Because as stuff falls off, you basically are making a second taco. Or a third, or a fourth if you get 2 of them in an order. Yeah, that was really good. How many tortillas did I say I had? 14? I forget. Okay. Yes. All right. Am I wrapping up, Gwen? Yeah, I'm wrapping up. Are you telling Calvin? Okay. All right. Well, y'all, we did good today. Broccoli says my local pub used to make great fish tacos. It's gone downhill. They're not hard, but they're easy to mess up, but they're not hard to get wrong either. They're easy in either direction, honestly. At least that's my opinion / understanding of them. I just get a craving for them every once in a while, and sometimes it's nice to just like make them yourself. Which we did today. Okay, we're gonna find somewhere to go today. A friend of mine, Uncommon says, a friend of mine sometimes go out for sushi at an all-you-can-eat place, but he always orders the chicken nuggets and fries. Are those at least all you can eat too? all you can eat chicken fingers and fries. Sounds like kind of amazing. I'm not going to lie. Okay, we are going to raid a friend of the stream. So we're going to raid a non-cooking stream. We're going to raid a good friend of the stream who is doing nails today. A nail stream. Nail stream? Mending? Is the question, but nails are what's happening right now. So it looks like Lardy is who we're going to see. And it looks like she is in the very middle of putting some nail polish on, which we love. We're gonna go check Lardy's channel out. So, friends, let me tell you a little bit. Oh, nope, wrong one. Hold on. Nope. That is absolutely. Whoa, no. Stop. Oh my God. I just clicked like 6 things. Why is it doing this? All right, we figured it out. We fixed the glitch. There it goes. Okay. They've messed up everything and they still have them on the menu. Oh no. Well, don't order them. At least you know. Darlene on YouTube, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. We're going to go raid Lardy's channel. So let's start that raid. Lardy is a friend of the stream and is currently doing her nails. So we're going to go over there. Here are a few raid messages in chat. There's one. There's the other one. Here are some social media links also in chat.
Get you later on.
If you're interested in following along anywhere else on the internet. If you're currently lurking and having a good old time doing that and you're not following, go ahead and hit the follow button. Follows are silent. There's no alerts and there's no chat. There's nothing that happens. There's no sounds. You just get to follow. And that's kind of nice. The next time we'll be live will be Thursday this week. Thursday is going to be a big pistachio stream. We're going to do a pistachio tart. We're going to do baklava. We're going to do pistachio butter. And we're going to do a pesto for dinner that night. Dinner is going to be pasta. Real simple. Keeping it simple because we're going to be busy during the day making a bunch of pistachio snacks. So Thursday stream right around 1 p.m. or so Eastern Standard Time. I might actually probably start. I'll start somewhere between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. But like that's Thursday. It's going live a little earlier. Expect to finish around the same time. I hope you all have a good one. Thanks for hanging out today. If I don't see you on Thursday, I'll see you in chat.